Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News. Broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios, these are our top stories. Negotiators from Russia, Ukraine and the U.S. meet in Abu Dhabi for the first trilateral talks since the war began. President Trump says the U.S. has an armada of warships approaching Iran. And TikTok strikes a deal to continue operating in the U.S., avoiding a ban over security concerns. Negotiators from Russia, Ukraine and the U.S. are meeting in Abu Dhabi today for the first trilateral talks since the war began. President Zelensky says they're a step, hopefully, towards ending the war. It comes after Russia's President Putin and Donald Trump's envoys held what the Kremlin called useful but very frank talks in Moscow. Speaking on Air Force One last night, Trump said he believed Putin and Zelensky both want to make a deal. For more on this, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai and journalist Michael Jabri-Pickett. Thank you for joining us today, as always.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Michael, today marks the first time that Russia, Ukraine and the U.S. are holding these trilateral meeting in Abu Dhabi, the first since the war began. That alone feels significant, right? So is this a real breakthrough moment, or should we keep our expectations at check here?
As President Zelensky said in Davos, there's a lot that could go sideways, but I think there's a lot of cause for optimism. If you were to imagine there are a series of tea leaves that you have to read. First of all, President Zelensky said that we are in the last mile. President Trump has said that we're 90% there. There were meetings last night, the Kremlin said, that were very frank and useful, that went on for 4 hours with President Putin. That alone has to be cause for optimism. And then I think some of the other reasons is, President Zelensky has said that he finally has U.S. security guarantees, and that is essential if he was going to give up any of the territory. And then I think another big issue, again, if you're sort of reading between the lines, the fact that President Putin has said that frozen Russian assets can be used for the reconstruction is a big deal. There would be no need for him to talk about that if that wasn't the case. And then I would add one more, which is the men who are leading the delegation for Ukraine and the delegation for Russia. So the man who's heading the Russian delegation is the military intelligence chief, and the man who is heading the Ukrainian delegation is the former military intelligence chief. There's no way that men at that level would be heading to Abu Dhabi to engage in talks if there wasn't, again, cause for optimism, and if they weren't down to the last few most important strokes on the peace deal itself that I think we've all been waiting for.
Right, and we also heard U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff after meeting with President Putin this week. He said negotiations are now down to one issue. So walk us through that. What's the core sticking point that they're referring to here?
It's territorial concessions. The Ukrainians, President Zelensky has said, if they have to concede territory, the only way, according to the Constitution, is for a referendum. I don't know that Vladimir Putin would be comfortable with the Ukrainians holding a referendum to determine if he's going to get what he is adamant that he must have. That is the biggest issue. And it's a sticking point because Russia wants 100% of what they currently have 75, 80% of. And so from the Ukrainian point of view, they're wondering, why are we giving them something that they haven't earned on the battlefield? Now, there is the Institute for the Study of War, which is a U.S. think tank, has said that it would take Russia another 18 months on the battlefield to achieve what they want. But considering the number of men that the Russian military loses every month, I don't know that Vladimir Putin has the resources to continue going down that road for another 18 months until August of 2027. I think that there are concerns from the Ukrainian side that if they're going to give up territory, then why did we have so many men and women who died in the fighting? And then the last point, which is, I think, incredibly important, is that there are about 200,000 Ukrainians right now who live in that territory. Now, through conversations, of course, you can figure that out. But those are, I think, the biggest stumbling blocks, even though there is just the one issue remaining.
Yes, and we did mention, you said this is an issue that is territorial concessions, particularly the Donbass. So what do you think, is there any realistic chance here that Kyiv could actually meet Moscow halfway on this? And if so, what would that actually mean for Ukraine, right? For its integrity, for its army, for its people?
I don't know that Ukraine and President Zelensky would meet Vladimir Putin and the Russians halfway. I think what they would do is if they're satisfied with the U.S. security guarantees, and if they're satisfied that the Russians will have to use some of their frozen assets for reconstruction, I think those two moves will go a long way. I also think that it'll be interesting to know what's in the fine detail when you're talking about the Donbass region, because there is talk, according to American sources, that what the American proposal includes is that being an economic free zone, essentially a buffer. Now, I think President Zelensky would go along with that if Vladimir Putin had to withdraw all his troops from that area. And if that was the case, then I'm sure that President Zelensky would be comfortable doing the same thing. But it comes down to the U.S. guarantees, the security guarantees, and if President Zelensky is convinced that Donald Trump will back up what he has indicated so far, at least privately to President Zelensky, then there may be cause for Ukraine to meet Russia halfway.
Right, and there's also reports, we're also hearing that Ukrainian and Russian delegations may not even be in the same room initially. Does this undercut perhaps the chances of real progress, or is this actually a sensible way to get talks started? What do you think?
Well, I think you have to, I say this, and I don't mean to be flippant when I say it, but I think you have to take a baby step approach to these things. When you've had the Ukrainians and the Russians at war, next month it'll be entering the 5th year. You can't expect them to sit necessarily across from each other and conduct business. It could happen, of course. There's still unconfirmed reports if it will or it won't happen. I think it's the way that high-stakes diplomacy traditionally works. And it's certainly when Iranians and Americans were meeting over the nuclear issue in Oman, as they have for many years, traditionally what happens is the mediators sort of shuttle back and forth between the rooms. This is the way that it traditionally gets done, whereby you can have frank conversations with the person who's acting as the mediator, and you don't have to worry about offending somebody on the other side. You don't have to worry about an offhand remark somehow coming back to scuttle the whole deal.
So it could actually be sensible to do it this way, at least
Agreed.
to begin for. And the U.S. is another party that's taking place in these trilateral talks. But what role is the United States really playing here? Is Washington acting purely as a mediator, or does it have its own strategic interests? For example, analysts suggesting this U.S. push for access to a minerals deal with Ukraine.
Yeah, that was something that was discussed very early on when, near the end of the Biden administration, and then right away, even before Donald Trump assumed office for the start of his second term, there was a lot of discussion. You know, Donald Trump is, as we all know, very transactional. So he's thinking, if I'm going to get involved and help you out, then what is it that I'm going to get? And he, right away, latched onto this idea of the minerals. That's definitely something that's been discussed an awful lot. I also think that if this U.S. proposal, which includes this economic free zone, if that were to happen, I think that there would definitely be some benefits there. But President Zelensky alluded to this when he spoke at Davos the other day. He talked about how you can't necessarily expect America to do anything other than what America believes. And this is now part of the Donroe doctrine, right? Which is America first. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that domestic issues are the top priority in America. What it means is that we will do whatever we think is best for America. So if that means going into Venezuela and capturing the president and bringing him back, that's what we will do. If we think we need to take over Greenland, we'll certainly talk about that. That's what we'll do. And so I think there are going to be America First agenda items, and they will definitely want some sort of monetary compensation, maybe once the president leaves office or maybe somehow now. But I think everybody can understand, certainly after a year and a few days of Donald Trump's second term, that Donald Trump wants to make sure that he is being compensated publicly for the work that he does as he tries to solve 8, now maybe 9 wars.
America first under every circumstance, right? Michael Jabri-Pickett, thank you for joining us today and for all your analysis this week. It's been essential.
Thank you.
Activists report over 5,000 people have been killed in nationwide anti-government protests in Iran. With tens of thousands detained, the country remains under a strict internet blackout, making independent verification difficult. Trump says a massive U.S. aircraft carrier, which he's described as an armada, is moving toward Iran. Take a listen.
You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction, and we'll see what happens. Big force. We have a big force going toward Iran. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely. But we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
For more on this, I'm joined by Rahida Durgam, advisor on U.S. and international affairs. Rahida, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Rahida, President Trump has warned that a U.S. naval armada is headed towards the Iranian region, as we just saw, amid these protests. And the U.S. has also sent additional F-15 fighter jets to the Middle East. What do you see as the real intention behind these military deployments here? Does this signal a genuine risk of direct confrontation between the U.S. and Iran?
Yes, absolutely. This sort of movement of military assets is not just to give a warning only. The purpose of such a movement is to be ready to strike. The timing of the strike would be, of course, up to the President of the United States, but everything is in place. The strike itself is ready. The targets have been identified, about 50 of them or more. Cyber attacks are on the table, and very important because the idea is to neutralize the infrastructure of the regime in Tehran, to paralyze it. And so therefore, we have a very serious situation. I think the pretext or the trigger, if you will, for any such military action by the United States will come from Iran. How much does Iran give of a pretext or an excuse or a trigger to Donald Trump depends on what does Iran do with the demonstrators. If the blackout remains and we don't know what's happening, then especially if there are any executions, I think that would be a green light for Donald Trump to say, let's do it. Don't forget, Donald Trump has just finished his job in Davos, and he has right now finished the issue of Greenland, at least for now. So his hands are free, and I think he plans to act.
And what does, if he acts, or when, what does President Trump want to achieve here? What will he do if he's actually able to bring down the Iranian government? I read a report today from Chatham House that says that Trump's objective is to force Iran into strategic submission. What does this mean?
Well, yielding. Strategic submission is another way of saying I give up. The Iranians have not agreed so far, and they will not, to reform their doctrine. The regime's doctrine, that of nuclear, of missiles, and of course of what we call the arms of Iran, which is the military, paramilitary forces they use in other countries. If the regime is not ready and willing to reform its doctrine, then there is no other option. And so for the first time, we see clarity in that the objective is to bring down the regime. And of course, that is in conjunction with addressing the way the regime has been treating the people in Iran. They admit to 3,000 plus people killed in these demonstrations. Of course, we hear that it's much more. But the idea of Donald Trump is not to, of course, his first idea would have rather that there is an implosion from within, that he helps from outside. Right now, we have both happening, the implosion and the intervention from the outside. So how is that intervention? For now, it is going to be through, for example, a blockade for Iranian tankers, oil tankers. That is going to be, sort of like to strangulate Iran's most important source for its economy. That will help the demonstrators get angrier, and therefore there will be more oppression and more bloody oppression. And that's how the regime will dig its own, sort of history. However, let's be very watchful and very keen on understanding and looking at what is happening with the military establishment in Iran. That is a very key issue we need to watch.
And Rahida, Iran's internal unrest could also have direct ripple effects across the Middle East, especially if there's any type of U.S. intervention, of course. So how concerned should countries in this region be about the broader implications here?
Of course, there is concern, not for the spillover, not over the spillover to other countries, because they don't have problems of this kind. But of course, any instability in a country like Iran is frightening for the whole neighborhood. But chaos is also very worrisome. That's why there has been an intervention by the governments of the region, particularly Arab governments, to urge calm. But on the other hand, there isn't a possibility to urge calm if the people of Iran are bringing down their government. And that is not going to be happening without the help from the outside, namely the United States. I think, of course, there is no love lost for what this regime has done to the region. The behavior of Iran towards many countries in the region has been one of disrespect of sovereignty. Exporting your doctrine and employing militias to do the job on your behalf is hardly a friendly way of building relations with the neighborhood. However, there has been attempts to see if that could change, if the relationship could get better. And that one example is the Saudi Iranian, attempt at bringing things to a better place. And the Arabs are helping. Oman is trying to help in that dialogue that is not getting anywhere between the United States and Iran, but because Iran can't afford to do what the United States wants them to do. Exactly that, from their point of view in the Iranian capital, the government thinks that this is the recipe for its downfall. If they submit, if they yield, they fall. On the other hand, some argue, and I would argue, that the only way for the survival of the regime is by accepting to amend the doctrine, to change the behavior, to accept things that they were not willing to accept on the nuclear issue and the missiles. So it's a very bad day, or very bad days upcoming for the Iranian regime. But maybe the Iranian people think that it's time that, they choose otherwise. And again, I repeat, maybe there will be defections amongst the military that would help save Iran and save not the regime, but save Iran from chaos.
Rahida Durgam, thank you so much for your analysis on this developing story.
Thank you.
Now to Korea, where the government has repatriated 73 people suspected of involvement in online scamming centers in Southeast Asia. Operating in a center based in Cambodia, the group stand accused of defrauding some 800 Koreans out of millions. John David has more.
A short walk from the plane and straight into custody. South Korea has today repatriated 73 people accused of participating in a $33 million international scam operation based in Cambodia.
Going forward, our Transnational Crime Special Response, TF Task Force, will continue to take a firm stance against transnational crimes that cross borders and inflict harm on our citizens. It's a big mistake if you think you can evade punishment if you commit a crime outside the country.
They're not the only ones. Compounds like these have sprung up across Southeast Asia, housing thousands of employees working to trick others out of money online. Many centers go completely undetected.
What I have observed so far, I saw things went normal. They came to buy things here and eat as usual, the same as us as the local people, and I never heard of them complaining about anything at all.
Now the South Korean and Cambodian governments are cracking down. In recent months, Seoul has dispatched its own investigators to coordinate with local authorities.
What we found here is that all the suspected people already ran away from this place. All the evidences or materials that police have collected, we kept at the warehouse at the National Police Commissioner Office, at the Office of Combating the Online Scam.
Korea's government remains firm. The latest repatriation represents the largest on record. Seoul says it will continue to cooperate with Cambodia until transnational scam centers have been eradicated. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The death toll in a fire which engulfed a shopping center in Karachi, Pakistan on Saturday has so far climbed to 67. Police say 77 people are currently missing following the fire at Gul Plaza. Officials say the presence of highly flammable goods contributed to the rapid spread and intensity of the fire. The British media regulator, Ofcom, is investigating whether Meta over details it's provided about WhatsApp. It relates to a review of the market for business bulk SMS messages used for alerts and notifications. Ofcom said the information supplied by Meta may have been incomplete or inaccurate. U.S. President Donald Trump has provoked outrage among British politicians and Army veterans after claiming NATO troops stayed away from the front line in Afghanistan. UK critics refuted Trump's claims, saying over 400 British soldiers died in the war in Afghanistan. A powerful blast of cold air from the Arctic is expected to sweep through the U.S. over the coming days. The National Weather Service said it expects life-threatening cold air to slowly track from the high plains and Rockies in an eastward direction from Friday, bringing 12 inches of snow and ice to around 160 million people. Officials say a 5-year-old boy is among 4 students detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Minnesota. The child and his father were taken into custody outside their home after he returned from preschool with the superintendent, saying officers used the boy to draw others out. ICE says the child was not targeted and that agents were there to arrest his father. The case has sparked outrage and fear across the community. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me as a guest.
Lieutenant, what is your assessment of how this situation was handled, and what could have the federal agents actually done differently here?
This is a troubling narrative, to say the least, because the optics as it relates to immigration or lawful immigration have been somewhat fractured. Now, President Donald Trump ran on a platform that he was going to heal the immigration process and slow down the illegal migration that was coming into the United States, and primarily focus on violent criminals. But as we see the campaign moving forward as it relates to the deportation of illegal migrants into the United States, it's somewhat fractured. We now have many common citizens in the United States that have been taken into custody by ICE agents. Just recently, as we've all seen on a global level, we had a woman that was a U.S. resident that was killed by ICE agents in the wake of an operation that was being conducted in the city of Minneapolis. When we look at the incident as we're speaking to today, it really speaks to poor optics from the perspective of ICE as to the targeting of illegal migrants in the United States. And we're seeing more and more individuals that are U.S. citizens that are taken into custody by ICE or having confrontations with ICE, which are people that have a standing in the country. So there needs to be an adjustment in policy, but I'm not too sure how or when the administration, meaning the Trump administration, is going to repivot and focus on removing the unlawful, violent immigrants that are in the United States.
And Dr. Porcher, there's also concern over ICE's use of administrative authorities. There's a new ICE policy that's allowing officers to enter homes without a judge's warrant. So no warrant, no problem, except this might be a bit of a problem, right?
From a legal perspective, police are able to enter a premise without a warrant if an emergency exception exists. If you don't have an emergency exception, I really can't see how the ICE agents would be able to go into a residence without a warrant. And when I speak to the emergency exception, it would be one, if the police officers are in close pursuit of an individual and that individual runs into a premise, or two, if you have information that there's possibly a bomb or a kidnapping or something to that effect that lies in this private residence. If you don't have those components in play, the courts have not been willing to allow police officers to enter a residence without a warrant unless you have the consent from the individual that has the care, custody, and control over the establishment. When I say the person that has the care, custody, and control over the establishment, meaning the owner or an adult that's in the premise. Outside of that, I just can't see how this can be something that's lawful.
Great to have you explaining all the technical side of that. And also, the White House recently shared a digitally altered image of a Minnesota's protester's arrest. It made it look like she was emotionally distressed when the original photo actually showed a neutral expression. From your perspective, if you saw this photo, and as a seasoned law enforcement officer, what challenges does the sharing of an AI-altered image by government accounts create for officers on the ground?
I think this is a troubling narrative that's been introduced by the administration. You're referring to an African-American woman that was arrested in a church as it relates to a confrontation or protesting inside of that church because one of the members of the executive hierarchy within that church was a member of ICE. You have a right to protest, which is covered under the First Amendment. But at the same token, a church is a private establishment. Therefore, you do not have the right to protest in a private establishment. So the officers or the ICE agents, I believe, lawfully took this woman into custody. But at the same token, the introduction of these memes that show something different than what actually happened creates somewhat of a troubling narrative for common citizens because we believe that the transparency in law enforcement has been fractured as we look at these pictures that you have on the screen.
Exactly, and that obviously creates a lot of misinformation here, right? Darren Porcher, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me as a guest.
TikTok has closed a deal that will now allow the app to keep operating in the U.S. It's a huge milestone for the social media company after years of battles between Washington and Beijing after President Donald Trump unsuccessfully tried to ban the app over national security concerns. The platform was due to be banned in the U.S. in January 2025 if its Chinese owner, ByteDance, failed to sell its U.S. operations to American investors. We can now speak to economist Laurie Laird. Thank you for joining us today.
Good evening.
Laurie, first question here. The TikTok deal between the U.S. and China has finally been finalized to avoid this ban we've been talking about for so long. So how significant is this, and what changes might U.S. users actually notice in the app?
This is such a good question because the key thing about TikTok, look, I'm not a TikTok user. I've looked at it a few times, but I've watched my children become incredibly absorbed in it. And one of the things that TikTok seems to have mastered in a way that its competitors have not is its algorithm. Somehow the way that stories, clips are presented keeps the user really hooked in. Meta has tried to do this. Instagram has tried to do this. They haven't been, YouTube as well, they haven't been able to replicate this utterly compelling algorithm. Now, this algorithm is going to be retrained on U.S. data, and the custodian will be Oracle, a big U.S. software company. So whether they will retain this algorithm that has sucked in so many users, almost 200 billion of them in the U.S., whether that will be retained is an open question. I think it's too early to say whether TikTok will retain its prominence, but because other competitors haven't been able to master it, there are reasons to think that perhaps TikTok will not be as compelling as it has been.
Yes, and some experts say the deal doesn't fully address national security concerns over foreign influence. So what additional safeguards do you think are still needed here, Laurie?
Well, I mean, it's worth pointing out that ByteDance, TikTok's owner, Chinese owner, still retains 20% of the company. And the ownership structure is really quite complex. But I think not only do we have to look at national security concerns, we also have to look at the new owners. Most of them have a link to Donald Trump. Oracle, that I mentioned earlier, will have a 15% stake in this company. The head of that company, Larry Ellison, is a very big Trump supporter. And if that were a little bit of a conflict of interest here, let me add to that. Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, is trying to buy Warner Brothers Studio. He's in a takeover. That issue will ultimately be decided by appointees, regulators appointed by Donald Trump. So the conflicts of interest here are vast. And
we're losing you a little bit here, Laurie.
Editorial interference when this algorithm is retrained.
Laurie Laird, thank you for joining us. We seem to have lost connection. Let's take a look at the top business news. Global giant FedEx plans to cut up to 500 jobs in France. The company says it will reduce its number of stations from 103 to 86, streamlining its network and removing overlapping infrastructure. FedEx says the restructuring will also create more than 700 new full and part-time positions. Intel's shares fell 12% today after the company struggled to keep up with strong AI demand for data center chips. Analysts say the company's quarterly profit and revenue forecasts came in below expectations, wiping out roughly $31 billion from Intel's market value. Turning to sport now, Ferrari has become the latest Formula One team to unveil its new car ahead of a shakedown at its Fiorano test track. The team is the fifth to reveal its car for the new regulations era, following Red Bull and AlphaTauri, who kicked off launch season last week. Tottenham have reportedly approached Liverpool about signing 31-year-old left-back Andy Robertson in English Premier League football. The Scotland captain has featured less frequently this season, making just 4 league starts since Liverpool signed Hungarian Milos Kerkez over the summer. Japan has restarted its first nuclear reactor since the Fukushima disaster of 2011. The government shut down all of the country's nuclear plants following the tsunami and meltdown 15 years ago. Now the energy-scarce country is restarting its nuclear assets as it eyes its carbon-neutral goals. Chris Gilbert reports.
15 years on from Fukushima, and the Tokyo Electric Power Company is rebooting its nuclear plants once more. The company, known as TIPCO, put the Kashiwazaki Kariwa reactor in Niigata Prefecture back online on Wednesday. It's a landmark moment for the country's return to nuclear power. TIPCO was also responsible for the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant, which melted down after the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. The restart of the nuclear plant in Niigata is a milestone in what the government says is part of the country's recovery.
The Kashiwazaki Kariwa plant is the first of TIPCO's nuclear reactors to go back online since the Fukushima disaster in 2011. TIPCO's been working hard to convince people in Niigata Prefecture in recent years that it's made upgrades to secure the plant from natural disasters.
Most of Japan's 33 reactors are on coastlines, and safety concerns about earthquakes and tsunamis remain. Local fire responders in Niigata have been drilling for an emergency.
We ensure that protective gear is worn securely and fits tightly. Next, speed is crucial. Our goal is to complete preparation and gear up as quickly as possible.
The memory of Fukushima is still raw for many. At least 20,000 people remain permanent evacuees from that disaster, and not all Niigata locals are won over by TIPCO's reassurances. Kazuyuki Takemoto remembers when the local plant was built.
I think the idea that TIPCO possesses immense power is an illusion. Especially after the Fukushima incident, the company is effectively bankrupt. The reason they seem to retain power is their collusion with politics. Their power is an illusion.
The restart still has a long way to go. One of the reactors at Kashiwazaki Kariwa isn't expected to come back online until 2030. 5 others may be decommissioned. Opponents say they will remain active to try and stop more reactors from opening in the future. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
We can now go back to economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, thank you so much for holding on for us. Laurie, we're going to talk about...
I'm sorry about that. London internet is not as good as you would think it would be.
Well, we're happy to have you back. Laurie, now we're going to go on to another switching gears here. We're going to talk about Davos, of course. We can't ignore Macron's Top Gun moment at Davos. His aviator sunglasses that went viral and even boosted shares of their maker, Henri Julien, by nearly 28%. So what's your take on the matter? Was it a full-blown political faux pas, or can we let this one slide?
Catalina, those shares are now up. They closed up 70% today over the past 2 days. And listen, I think there's probably more buying to come. They closed what's called limit up, meaning the Italian authorities, the shares are traded in Milan. The Italian authorities had so much demand that they reached their daily limit on how much the shares could rise, would suggest that there's some pent up buying that we might see into next week. Listen, I'm here to tell you, I loved them. If I had a spare $770 lying around, I would definitely get a pair. The explanation is that President Macron has a benign but aesthetically unpleasing eye condition. And he was seen in these glasses at a local speech in France last week. But my God, what a stir they have caused. And look, this Davos was so gloomy. A little bit of light relief in talking about Macron's sunglasses was quite welcome.
That's a good point there. It was so gloomy that Macron's sunglasses actually brought some light, some humor into Davos. Laurie Laird, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. Negotiators from Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. meet in Abu Dhabi for the first trilateral talks since the war began. President Trump says the U.S. has an armada of warships approaching Iran. And TikTok strikes a deal to continue operating in the U.S., avoiding a ban over security concerns. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International headlines remain dominated by the story that set the tone worldwide. Trump backing off his Greenland threats after days of tension with Europe. But as the drama eased, attention quickly shifted to what came next in Davos, Trump's Board of Peace for Gaza, uneasy reactions from allies, and the ongoing war in Ukraine. Here's how the biggest outlets covered it all and what their reporting reveals about a transatlantic relationship under real strain. American media attention was divided with a slight pivot away from Greenland after Trump's climb down and the vague NATO framework talk reduced the sense of immediate showdown. At the same time, coverage shifted heavily towards Trump's Davos diplomacy, especially the Board of Peace rollout and allies' reaction, while Russia-Ukraine diplomacy stayed near the top of the agenda as outlets tracked signs of pressure on Kiev and the risk of a settlement shaped on Putin's terms. A further major headline was the TikTok deal, framed as a high-stakes mix of tech, politics, and national security. On Greenland, Politico says the so-called New Greenland negotiations may not be new after all. The report points out that the U.S. and Denmark already have a 1951 defense treaty that gives Washington broad rights to build bases and also deploy forces in Greenland with Danish approval. The piece cites experts argue the current Davos talks look like old wine in a new bottle, repackaging powers the U.S. already has. The piece also notes Arctic expansion would be costly, and allies fear Trump could still change course again. In a different piece, Politico also treated the Greenland dispute with a bit of humor after Trump appeared to mix up Greenland and Iceland in his Davos speech. Of course, the outlet turns the moment into a quiz for readers, which, of course, you could try yourselves. The idea is simple. If a president is talking about Arctic security and even ownership, he should at least know which island is which. It's certainly a light, satirical way to underline how surreal and chaotic the Greenland debate has become. Foreign policy argues Trump's Golden Dome missile defense remains more slogan than system nearly a year after launch. The explainer says the plan aims to create a multi-layer shield, potentially space-based, against long-range missiles, also hypersonics, cruise missiles, and even drones. The piece highlights doubts it can work as advertised, as intercepting modern weapons is technically hard. Also, systems can be overwhelmed by decoys, like what happened in Israel, and the needed satellite interceptor network would be enormous. It also notes costs are the biggest red flag, with estimates ranging from hundreds of billions to several $1 trillion over 2 decades, making Trump's promised timeline look unrealistic. The Washington Post reported that Volodymyr Zelensky used Davos to pressure Europe after a last-minute good meeting with President Trump. The piece recounts how Zelensky painted Ukraine's war fatigue as a Groundhog Day winter, arguing Europe remains too fragmented and militarily unprepared to face Russia without U.S. backing. Now, according to the report, Zelensky urged unity and tougher action, warning Putin could target NATO's eastern flank next. While Trump and envoy Steve Witkoff suggested a peace framework is nearing completion, the Post notes negotiations remain fragile and Russia's demands harden. Newsweek reports that President Trump has pulled back an invitation for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to join the new Board of Peace launched in Davos to guide Gaza's post-war transition. The piece says the move could affect humanitarian planning and diplomatic cooperation around the U.S.-led effort. It also notes controversy over proposed membership rules, including claims that countries could secure permanent seats by paying $1 billion. Comments from Trump allies and Marco Rubio show the plan is already causing division. The New York Times examines the new TikTok deal reached with the U.S., breaking down the ownership of American TikTok after ByteDance spun out a U.S. venture to comply with the 2024 divestment law. The report maps out new power structure. Non-Chinese investors hold about 80%, while ByteDance keeps 19.9% and licenses the recommendation algorithm. The article spotlights 3 core backers: Oracle, MGX Abu Dhabi linked, and Silver Lake, each with 15% stakes, plus also notable Trump-adjacent business ties. The New York Times also breaks down what the new American TikTok means for U.S. users, arguing daily use will mostly stay the same at first. The piece reassures readers that Americans won't need to download a new app. Yet the biggest unknown is how the experience may change over time. The algorithm will still be licensed for ByteDance or from ByteDance, but retained on U.S. data. The piece notes the new U.S. owners will control content moderation, which raises concerns about influence and misinformation. European media coverage was also split, but it leaned heavily towards the wider transatlantic crisis, treating Greenland as a warning sign of a weakening trust between Europe and Trump's America, rather than just a territorial dispute. At the same time, Ukraine remained a central focus, especially around diplomacy and fears of pressure on Kiev, while Davos drove headlines through Trump's Board of Peace plans for Gaza and European hesitation over joining a U.S.-led initiative. The Times focused on Britain's decision not to join Trump's new Board of Peace. The report cites Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper, who confirmed the UK was invited but refused to sign, while Putin's involvement remains on the table, arguing that Russia has shown no serious commitment to peace in Ukraine. The piece highlights London's careful balancing act, backing Trump's broader Middle East plan while choosing a separate supportive role in rebuilding Gaza through allies. It also captures Trump's insistence that Britain will join eventually, even as the initiative's credibility is questioned by its widening scope and controversial participants. And we'll end with the Telegraph, which details Trump's sudden U-turn on Greenland after weeks of threats, arguing the reversal followed market anxiety, European pushback, and also a key misunderstanding. A small NATO assessment team was deployed to assess Greenland's defenses, was reportedly seen by Trump as Europe moving to block a U.S. takeover. The piece highlights that after talks with NATO chief Mark Rutte at Davos, Trump announced an opaque deal short of sovereignty. It also includes a map that shows Greenland, and we can see it here. This map then shows Greenland's strategic value positioned between North America and Europe near Arctic routes and Russia, making it critical for defense and surveillance. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
U.S. President Donald Trump recently claimed that Greenland is surrounded by Russian and Chinese ships, arguing that the U.S. needs control of the island for national security.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
The remarks sparked international outrage. Greenland MP Aja Chemnitz accused Trump of spreading lies, a sentiment echoed by Denmark's foreign minister. So what is the truth behind Trump's claims? And does the U.S. really need control of Greenland for its own national security? Well, vessel tracking data does not really support these claims. We checked this report, the latest by the Danish intelligence service from December 2025. It states that China currently has no military presence in the Arctic, operating only 4 civilian icebreakers and a research vessel, however, none near Greenland. These ships actually operate approximately 1,000 kilometers northwest of Greenland, near the Bering Strait. The same report also analyzed Russian presence, finding that Russia is systematically using civilian vessels, such as fishing boats, to monitor the waters between Greenland, Iceland, and Great Britain in preparation for a potential conflict with NATO. However, there are no reports of imminent threats. Open source analysts back this up. This OSINT specialist states on social media that there has been no activity by Russian warships off Greenland since at least September 2023, as experts conclude that even though the occasional sighting of Chinese or Russian ships are not unusual, this doesn't mean a risk of invasion. What's important here is Russia and China's ambitions in the Arctic, where both countries have increased their general activity and investment, with Russia militarizing the Arctic and expanding its naval presence there, both seeking influence via infrastructure, mining, and research. So what is true? Greenland is strategically crucial. It sits at the crossroads of North America, Europe, and the Arctic, with the latter becoming a major stage due to melting ice opening new shipping routes and access to critical minerals. As the U.S. already operates a military base in Greenland, with existing treaties allowing military expansion if requested.
The price of peace. For $1 billion, world leaders get a permanent seat at the table to resolve global conflicts. And occupying the top chair? Donald Trump, of course. The US president has officially launched his Board of Peace. Will it contribute to Middle East stability or simply allow the president to challenge the UN? Stay tuned for that debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, US President Donald Trump has called it one of the most consequential bodies ever created in the history of the world. His Board of Peace has been officially launched, promising not only stability in the Middle East, but also an avenue for broader global conflict resolution. For more insight on the role the board will play, we're joined by US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee, thank you for your time and welcome back to Counterpoints.
I appreciate it, Melinda. It's great to be back with you.
Let's start with the Board of Peace. Why do you think that this particular board can be a stabilising force in the Middle East where other groups and other institutions may have failed?
Oh, this is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive that brings together people from across the political and even geographical spectrum. It's historic and epic in its very makeup. It's even more historic in its ambition, in the idea that you're going to bring all of these nations together who are going to collaborate on something that is uniquely focused on a region that has been the centerpiece of international attention for the past 2.5 years, and that has been the centerpiece of a very, very difficult war, difficult for the Israelis, difficult for many people who have watched it from afar, and unfortunately, especially difficult for those who forget why the war even happened. And it seems like a lot of people talk about what the future of Gaza is. That's the appropriate thing. But I hope we never forget what initiated it. And that was the October 7th slaughter of over 1,200 people and the taking of over 250 hostages.
Ambassador, there has been some concern from some politicians, from some commentators who are worried that the term Gaza isn't even mentioned in the Charter. Are you concerned, as the ambassador for Israel, that this will be too internationally focused and that the region that it was set up to stabilise may be forgotten in broader ambitions?
I think it may be a fair concern just looking at it from a distance, but I can assure you that everyone that is involved in it understands exactly why this was created. Maybe it's because there's hope that the model of the Board of Peace can serve as a model for other places around the globe where there have been similar conflicts, similar injustices, similar instances in which a lot of people have been caught up in a war. And so I wouldn't worry too much about what isn't mentioned. I would focus more on what is mentioned, and that is that there has got to be now a real effort to try to disarm Hamas, get the last hostage back, then move very quickly to phase 2 and start building a better future for the people who choose to remain there.
Can you see a situation where the Board of Peace, chaired by the President himself, gives a deadline to Hamas to disarm, gives a deadline to Israel to withdraw their troops? Do you think the Board of Peace will go that far?
Whether it's the Board of Peace officially or whether it's President Trump, I not only can foresee it, I would almost be assured of it. President Trump is a lot of things, but being patient with people who signed an agreement and don't keep it, well, that's not something he's really that patient with. Hamas signed the agreement. Let's never let them forget that. They agreed to disarm. They agreed that they would not have a future in the role of governing Gaza. So for them to violate that, and then to violate the return of all hostages, which they, to their credit, they at least let all the living hostages go, and most of it has ceased, but there's still a remaining deceased hostage that's being held. That too was something they agreed to. So they're the clear violators of the ceasefire agreement, and they've signed on to say they would do it. I think you can count on the fact that President Trump will hold them to that.
So you can foresee the president putting a deadline, in 2 weeks, on this date, they must disarm?
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to be, and only he could answer that. So I'm not going to try to speculate. Is it weeks? Is it a month? What is that deadline? I don't know. He will certainly tell us. As you know, the president's pretty good about expressing himself. He's not ambiguous when it comes to saying things out loud that he really believes and things that he sticks by. And I think it's one of the reasons that Hamas should pay attention, because he said consistently since he was sworn in just over a year ago that Hamas has no future there and they've got to disarm. And that was before the ceasefire agreement. He's never wavered from that, never even an iota. So the idea that they're going to somehow wait him out, it's not a good calculation on their part.
Seeing as we're talking about the president, let me put this to you. He sits at the head of the Board of Peace, and he alone has full veto power. Is that fair, that the veto rests with one person?
I would ask this, is there anyone else in the world who could lead this effort and bring it to where it already is? I would say the answer to that is an emphatic no. I can't think of anyone leading any nation, any organization who has the moxie to pull off what he has already pulled off. The agreement at Sharm el-Sheikh itself was something that I think maybe went beyond what people would have ever expected. And that is when you have the entire Arab world all signing that agreement, Israel signing the agreement, even Hamas signing the agreement, no one but President Donald J. Trump could have pulled that off. So I would just simply say, if anyone questions why should he be the head of the Board of Peace, you tell me who should. And I think you're going to have a hard time giving me a name of anybody who would be better suited to serve in that role than he would.
Here on Counterpoints, we've had some very experienced political commentators say to us that this board could eventually kill the United Nations. Do you think that that's a possibility?
I personally couldn't answer that. I don't think that that's the intent of the Board of Peace. In fact, I can say categorically that's never been discussed. No one has ever said, hey, if we really work this right, we'll replace it.
Of course, and the president in his address at Davos said that he will work in conjunction, but he has been very critical of the UN. Can you foresee a time where it rivals, threatens the UN?
I think if the UN is threatened or rivaled, it'll be because of its own incompetence. It won't be because of something that President Trump does. He's willing to work with the UN. He's gone to speak there. He's been very open about that. But he's also recognized that there are UN-affiliated organizations like UNRWA that were collaborators with Hamas. Even on October 7th itself, there's a lot of heartburn, I think, among many Americans and other nations of the world about some of the ways in which the UN conducts itself. So it's the UN that needs to reform. It's the UN that needs to make some serious changes to regain credibility in the world. But if you have let's say a Human Rights Council, and you take advice from Russia or North Korea, you just strain the credibility of the organization. So no, I don't think the Board of Peace was ever intended to be a replacement or to be a rival. It's intended to do what it's stated its intentions are, and that is to bring a global awareness and participation in bringing not only an end to a war, but a real rebuilding beyond it.
Well, you raise Russia there, but eyebrows were certainly raised when invitations were extended to Russia, to Belarus, to join the Board of Peace. Given what you've just said, is it appropriate that Presidents Putin and President Lukashenko are invited to sit on a Board of Peace?
I think, again, the president wants to bring as many people together as he possibly can, hoping that if they are a part of the Board of Peace, that it will have long-reaching implications and maybe lead to points of peace in other theaters, including Russia, Ukraine. Let's hope so. We all want to see that one end as well.
Would you like to see President Putin accept the invitation?
Not up for me. Look, I'm keeping my eyes on the portfolio of being U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I have great respect and genuine sense of confidence in the president's decisions. So far, even when people think they're wrong, they turn out to be right. And this has been my observation for many, many years of knowing him. I often, sometimes even will say, I wonder what he was thinking or what did he do? And then in a few days or a few weeks later, it's like, that was brilliant. What I love about President Trump is that he does not approach things in a conventional and in a traditional political calculation. he asked two questions of pretty much everything before him. Will it work, and will it make things better? He is the ultimate pragmatist. He is not an ideologue. And I tell my friends in the U.S. all the time who want to peg him left or right, I say, you're missing the point. That's not who he is. If he makes a decision, it's going to be based on will it work and will it make it better? If that lands a little left of center, that's not a big calculation. Most political figures are going to start and end within the box of their ideology. So if they're conservative, they're going to say everything we do has to start and end within the center to right horizontal line. He just doesn't think like that, and it's why he's been so successful, because he thinks beyond the expectations of a traditional political figure.
Well, Israel is concerned that this Board of Peace will make things better. It's raised worries about the invitations, for example, of Turkey and Qatar on the Board of Peace. Former National Security Advisor Yaakov Amidror to Israel said that it's a strategic error that would strengthen Hamas. Do you share Israel's concerns about their invitation to the board?
One of the things that was made very clear, and President Trump has said it, as have the envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, is that there's an expectation that there will be a difference of opinion in who's on the board and how it's conducting its business. Every member always has the basic right to exit if they choose that it's not going to work for them. But I think the bigger picture is that President Trump is bringing together people that ordinarily wouldn't be together, but the goals are simple. And as it relates to particularly the disarming of those who started this in the first place, and I don't want the world ever to forget, this was not created because Israel did something. This was created because Hamas did something on October the 7th that was an atrocity so unspeakable that had it happened in the United States, it would have been the equivalent of over 40,000 Americans, not just murdered, but massacred and slaughtered. So I think it's one of those moments where Israel looks at this perhaps differently than anybody else in the world. President Trump understands that. He's made that clear. Everyone will make their own decisions about their future role in this.
Mm-hmm. Let's turn our attention slightly away from Israel and Gaza towards other parts of your region. President Trump has told reporters on Air Force One that the US has an armada heading towards Iran. What's he preparing for?
I think Iran will find out when it's time for them to know. The one thing he has said to the Ayatollah that he's continually made clear to Iran, last summer he made clear to them, you're not going to have enriched uranium and you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They didn't believe him. He proved that he meant it. If he's saying to them, quit killing the protesters, quit slaughtering your own people who believe that they should be having food and water and an economy that works rather than one that gives all of its resources to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, then the supreme leader, or sometimes I call him the extreme leader, should pay attention to that. Melinda, where I come from, we have a statement, a colloquial comment that says there is no education in the second kick of a mule. Well, what that simply means is that the mule kicks you the first time because you stood behind him, not understanding what the mule could do, and you go and you stand behind him again, you're probably not going to have much education in the second kick of the mule because you didn't get much out of the first one. I would say to the Iranian leadership, you got kicked pretty hard last summer, and President Trump did exactly what he said he was going to do. He's saying to you again, you can choose a better course. I would strongly suggest that the Iranian leaders do that.
Is there underlying in that, you know, when you say Iran will find out when it's time for them to know, is the underlying sentiment then that perhaps President Trump isn't convinced when the Iranian authorities say that they aren't executing the protesters and that they have restored calm order?
I think President Trump is a person who is naturally skeptical when people have a long history of murdering their own people, that he's going to just believe that they've had a change of heart. So he's going to want evidence of that. If he doesn't get it, then I think that will be one of the bases upon which he will make whatever decision he will make. But he alone will make that decision. It won't be made by me, won't be made by anyone here in Israel. It will be made by the President of the United States. And when he makes that decision, it will be one that it will be carried out. But I don't know when, I don't know what. I just know that anyone who does not believe that President Trump makes promises that he keeps, they haven't been paying attention.
Do you think then that people in your region should be preparing seriously for another US intervention?
I don't know that I would say that people ought to be preparing like they ought to be stocking up on water and bread and canned goods right now. I don't think we feel a sense of imminent threat. I'm not sensing that here in Israel. But look, we live in a part of the world that is volatile. There's a fragility, if you will, about what peace looks like on any given day. I think most Israelis went to bed on October the 6th, 2023, thinking life is good. Tomorrow's a religious holiday. It's going to be a wonderful day. Everything changed within a few hours. So people expect that you're prepared for anything. You hope for the best. Nobody's sitting around curled up in a fetal position right now, thinking that the opening salvos of Armageddon are about to happen. People are always on alert, and I think that's just being smart.
Let's, as we wrap up our interview, let's circle back to where we started with the Board of Peace, because part of that announcement, part of that official launch on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos included Jared Kushner presenting a reconstruction plan for Gaza, and in that it suggested not just stable and economically prosperous Gaza, but a Gaza governed and controlled by Palestinians. Do you think that that sits comfortably with the people of Israel?
As long as there's going to be serious reform within the Palestinian culture and mindset, that's going to be a real key. But that's been true within the Palestinian Authority governed regions in Judea and Samaria. So will they change their textbooks and make it so that children are not taught that it's a wonderful thing to kill a Jew? That's going to be a part of it. Will they stop paying people who are terrorists for having murdered people who are Jewish and conducting all kinds of acts of terrorism? And if they die, will their families stop getting pensions for that? That's a part of the reforms that really need to happen, and I think the expectation is that it will. Let's hope that there's a massive reformation. There is a very different kind of culture that takes root in Gaza, and that, as the fairy tales say, let's hope that we all live happily ever after. That's the hope and the goal. But it's in the hands of the people who will have to make it in order for that to be true.
Well, on that, as we wrap up, one last question to you. If we are to live in that fairy tale of all living happily ever after, what is the first thing you would like to see the Board of Peace do? I know that you don't sit at the head, but if you could advise President Trump on day one, this is the first thing, what would you like that to be?
Well, I'm not sure that President Trump needs my advice. I think all of us, and the president has made this clear, we all want to see Hamas fade from the scene, a disarmed, demilitarized Hamas. They're the ones who are the root of this evil, and it really can't go forward as long as they are still holding weapons and as long as they're still holding the hate and the animosity in their heart toward the people who are so close to them.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, it's always a pleasure to have your analysis and insight here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Melinda. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and I appreciate the conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The price of peace. For $1 billion, world leaders get a permanent seat at the table to resolve global conflicts. And occupying the top chair? Donald Trump, of course. The US president has officially launched his Board of Peace. Will it contribute to Middle East stability or simply allow the president to challenge the UN? Stay tuned for that debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a U.S. brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was a year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026, centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events.
Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname was also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Another people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sioi Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did. To a selfish, cruel man, one day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society, because in our Khasi society we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things, because in our society women also has more power, but the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side, all the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70%, and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property, and the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also participate the same role. Before, the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, things change, and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
as the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Maternal society, it will be different afterwards, but then maternal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
The price of peace. For $1 billion, world leaders get a permanent seat at the table to resolve global conflicts. And occupying the top chair, Donald Trump. The US president has officially launched his Board of Peace. Will it contribute to Middle East stability or simply allow the president to challenge the UN? This is Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. It was originally pitched as the mechanism to oversee peace, stability and reconstruction in Gaza. But the Board of Peace Charter doesn't even mention the territory, and it seems President Trump has a much broader agenda in mind.
We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch. And we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
There's speculation, even concern, that will include bypassing an institution the president has long been critical of, the UN.
On the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough.
The makeup of the board is also contentious. Some say it's too pro-Israel. Others accuse Hamas sympathisers of being included. And Western allies have balked at invitations extended to Russia and Belarus. So what does all this mean for Gaza and the potential success of Phase 2 of the ceasefire? On this episode, we'll ask, is the Board of Peace little more than a vanity project? Will it rival or threaten the UN? And will Phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire hold? Joining us to debate President Trump's Board of Peace is Kieran Andreou, political economist and commentator. And Jonathan Conricus is with us, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies and a former IDF spokesperson. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, it's been in the works since the Gaza ceasefire was announced back in October. Now we know a bit more about what it looks like and how it will operate. The Board of Peace brings together dozens of world leaders, not just, though, to cement the Gaza truce, but also to oversee broader conflicts and global challenges. Countries will need to pay $1 billion to maintain a permanent seat. That price tag, the inclusion of certain countries and the expanded remit of the board, has raised concerns in some corners. Kieran, let's start with you. Is the Board of Peace going to be a key step in ensuring Middle East stability, or is this a vanity project?
I think it's far worse than a vanity project. I think it's very clearly a colonial members club. And from the perspective of Palestinians, which perhaps the other side doesn't take into account, but from the perspective of Palestinians, you might as well entrust your children with a ravenous alligator. There are several wanted war criminals in this Board of Peace, wanted war criminals, including among them Vladimir Putin. There is virtually no Palestinian representation at all. And there are people like Tony Blair who have obviously a dire reputation in the region. He started or helped start a little thing called the war in Iraq some 22 years ago, 23 years ago, which is estimated to have killed around 1 million people. So why any sane person, let alone Palestinian, let's say sane person, and maybe Jonathan is going to give us the insane account here, but any sane person think that this is going to be anything other than a colonial carve-up that forces Palestinians to accept enormous injustice. We've just lived through a genocide in Gaza. Now, I know that Jonathan disputes that label. Jonathan and I have met before. But he's in a chorus all on his own, unless you count every other Israeli spokesperson or Israeli. Every single impartial observer who is an expert in genocide, including, by the way, many Israeli experts in genocide and Holocaust studies, say that what has happened in Gaza is a genocide, is a very clear-cut genocide. And what you're asking people in Palestine or in Gaza to do is down the barrel of a gun with their hands, those of them that are left, by the way, because there are more amputees in Gaza than anywhere else in the world per capita, asking people with their arms twisted behind their backs with the barrel of a gun to their foreheads to accept that the people that committed genocide against them are now going to preside over their peace. It would be utterly risible and ridiculous to the point of hilarity if it were not so utterly, utterly shameful and vile. And shame on anybody.
Okay, pause there for a moment, Kieran. I'm going to come back to you for more analysis, but let's keep it flowing. I want to bring Jonathan in for a response there. What do you make of what Kieran has assessed the Board of Peace to be?
Yeah, frankly, hello, shalom, thanks for having me on. I wouldn't call it analysis, I would call it propaganda. And I think that the questioning here is a bit odd you frame the question as if the Palestinians are the center of the world and as if the Board of Peace is focused on the alleged well-being of the so-called Palestinians.
Well, that was the UN resolution that was passed to allow the Board of Peace to be established. So it is supposed to be centred on Gaza. So that's why we've framed it that way. Is it going to do that, Jonathan?
I see that, but obviously I think we should distinguish between two parts. One being the so-called Board of Peace, which obviously has much bigger plans and is part of a bigger, I think, presidential plan it appears to be to replace the UN and to do things that the UN has been failing to do, either out of corruption, bias, or out of it being controlled by non-democratic countries that have really steered that organization far, far away from its charter, and it has been corrupted by a lot of people that come to mind. The current Secretary General, his envoy, Francesca Albanese, a rabid anti-Semite, and many other people who really have taken the reputation and abilities of that very important organization and really drained it. And I think what President Trump is doing, and he has a very good instinct and talent for recognizing political potential. What I assess that he's doing is trying to build the infrastructure for something that will be a rival or perhaps a replacement of the UN. Now, that is a very, very large and ambitious task. I have no idea if it will succeed. Usually projects that are multinational and go against established institutions, if they hinge on the leadership capability of one man, I'm not sure that they will succeed, but it's definitely interesting to see. If we focus on the region, what I am concerned about, given the current situation, is that the Board of Peace and the current deal that is being implemented, sadly, what it means for me as someone who lives here and intends to continue to live here in my sovereign national homeland, is that we will have to fight in Gaza again because we're not getting rid of the problem. The problem is Hamas. The problem is genocidal intent by a rabid Islamist
But to bring you back to the question, Jonathan, do you think the Board of Peace can do anything to address those issues you've just raised?
Sadly, the way that it's going now, it doesn't look as if the Board of Peace or the interim government that is going to be put in place are going to address the issue, the core issue here. The core issue is the existence of Hamas and the fact that they are in control of the Gaza Strip. As long as they exist, as long as they have weapons, as long as they are in power, we will have a problem and we will be threatened by them. And it means that in the future, there will be fighting, war, destruction, and casualties again, because the problem won't go away until Hamas is finished. That is the bottom line of it, which I think we have to recognize.
You can, Kieran, but before you comment, I just want to welcome Tobias Ellwood to our debate. Joining us to give us a third perspective, former Conservative MP and former UK Middle East Minister. Tobias Ellwood, thanks for joining us here. We've just launched into a broad discussion on the Board of Peace. As you heard Jonathan raising concerns there about Hamas. Kieran, I'll let you respond, and then Tobias, we'll get your overarching assessment before we drill down further. OK, Kieran, go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome, Tobias. So, first of all, Jonathan, I'm sorry to break it to you, but the Palestinians ought to be the centre of the world in their internationally recognised territory, which is to say Gaza. Yeah, you're laughing, but you didn't think that through, I don't think. Palestinians aren't the centre of the world anywhere else, but in Gaza, they absolutely are, just as British people are the centre of the world in Britain. And what I think you
just like Israelis are the centre.
You do not recognise.
That's a very narrow point.
I actually didn't interrupt you. I think you've got. Let's keep manners in check, because I didn't interrupt you, even though there was much to object to. The Palestinians,
as there was to all of the nonsense that you said. Rest assured that you spewed nonsense to really furnish a whole.
If this is a tactic, it's not going to work. I think you ought to let me finish my piece rather than repeating your script over and over again.
Okay, go ahead, Kieran.
What you think isn't really important.
Just let Kieran respond Jonathan, and then we'll come back for more analysis. Okay, Kieran, go ahead.
You mentioned the United Nations. Under the United Nations Resolution 242, which was passed in 1967, Jonathan, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are internationally recognised territories for a future, a prospective, sovereign, Palestinian state. And though you don't recognize, and I think this speaks to the real issue, doesn't it, Jonathan? Notice that you also said the so-called Palestinians. I think really, in a way, it's helpful that you do that. Thank you. It's useful because we cut straight to the nub of the issue. You do not recognize the Palestinians as real people. You think that they're subhuman, and you don't think that they have human rights.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, why do you say the so-called Palestinians?
I haven't used those words.
There's no other explanation, is there?
I know.
Okay, before we get off onto a tangent on debate about the Palestinian state, just pause there for both of you. I want to bring Tobias into our debate. Tobias, you are coming right in at the pointy end. Let's get straight into it. We've asked both of our other guests here, Jonathan Conricus and Kieran Andrieu, whether this Board of Peace is going to be a key step in ensuring Middle East peace, as was the UN resolution that allowed it to be established, or is this a President Trump vanity project? What's your read on it from a UK and international politics perspective?
Well, good evening. And yes, you've only been going a couple of minutes and it's already hitting off. And it's interesting that we're talking about Gaza, which is where the original Board of Peace was designed to focus on. And boy, we've had a roller coaster of a few days, certainly in Europe. Big debate about Greenland, looking at Davos, wondering where that debate will go, the future of the NATO alliance. We don't even get a chance to pause for breath, hoping to avoid that crisis when then Donald Trump rolls out this jaw-dropping ambition to form an international Board of Peace that's going to have global influence. And it's selling it as this go-to organization to resolve international tensions wherever they are. And that is the concern that I have, is that placed next to Greenland, Venezuela, and so forth, it actually reflects a deeper issue here. Jonathan, you've got some strong, powerful views, but if we are up to interrupt each other the whole time, sir, we're not going to get anywhere. So I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say, but I've not said anything so far. You guys have dominated the program. Let me say my piece, and then you I'm sure can respond. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Right. What I'm trying to say, though, is, and I'm actually agreeing with partly what you said before about the United Nations, is that something bigger is taking place. We're seeing authoritarianism on the rise. We're seeing a decline in faith, in universal rules, and in the global architecture, which includes the UN, which has struggled. That's to do with the members being committed to that. That's a question in its own right. Trump didn't intend to challenge or repair the international global order. He has no interest in that. He's now actively exploiting it. So we're moving from a rules-based order, which has been increasingly fragile over the last decade or so, to a more powered, brokered order, and the return of great power spheres of politics. And it's also to do with the president himself wanting a legacy, strengthening his own position with fewer questions asked and so forth. But this bigger picture that then takes us back to the Middle East is, how do we solve these difficult issues, old ones, such as what's going on in Gaza, and newer ones that are coming over the hill? And that is a concern for Europe, that has enjoyed relative stability as we see our world fragment, and Russia and China will be looking at what's going on. China will not join this board, but it will, if it's given any sense of direction and purpose. I don't think it'll fail in the long term, but if it manages to gain some legs for a few years, it will kill the UN completely and taking us into a world of conflict.
Jonathan, you mentioned whether or not this was a challenge to the UN. So let's pick up on that and what Tobias has said there. Is this President Trump's way of rivaling or bypassing the UN, an institution that he has openly ridiculed?
Yeah, I'd like to share an Israeli perspective here. That when you look at it from Israeli eyes, I served at the UN. I served at UN peacekeeping. I was the first Israeli officer to serve at UN headquarters. Unique experience, really, to witness the bias and corruption, the institutional bias and corruption of the UN from the inside. And I've been dealing with UN bodies and peacekeeping forces for quite a while, so I think I have, the right to say a few words about it. But I'll share a broader Israeli perspective, which isn't empirical, it isn't scientific in that sense, but it's very pervasive, and it's one of a very, very negative point of view towards the UN, where everything that is part of the UN, seen from an Israeli perspective, is either anti-Israeli or supporting of a very anti-Israeli narrative, usually promoting the so-called Palestinian narrative, or corrupt or dysfunctional. When you look at UN peacekeeping, forces like UNIFIL that was supposed to prevent the building and exploiting of southern Lebanon by the Iranian-backed Hezbollah and prevent a third Lebanon war, miserable failure. When you look at UNRWA, an organization that was supposed to focus on humanitarian aid, instead of doing that, they are keeping a problem alive and jailing generations of Palestinians in a situation of eternal victimhood and refugee status, which is totally different from any other ethnic group, Jews included, that have suffered persecution or bad luck during history. And there are so many examples of this organization, which is very important for the global order, which is needed, which has a role to play, which was created out of necessity and the horrors of the Second World War and the First World War, and definitely is needed in order to maintain world order, in order to help those that are less fortunate in life and to provide aid and sustenance and development. But it is failing. And I think what President Trump is doing is sensing that there is so many millions of people around the world who are saying that the UN has strayed from its mandate, from its charter.
Okay.
It has been taken control by different non-democratic authoritarian regimes that are basically running the show. And in doing so, it doesn't serve its purpose, and he probably sees that as a political opportunity. And I agree with Tobias here, that's probably the focus. So I wouldn't, attach too much weight and success in this solving the situation in Gaza. And I'll focus us back on the, bottom line reality here. We shouldn't confuse ourselves. As long as Hamas exists in Gaza, there will not be peace. And there will be war and suffering, oppression and fighting and terrorism.
As I said, we're going to definitely come back to that in a moment. Tobias, I know that you want to make a point, but Kieran, we haven't, as Jonathan was speaking, I saw you make a bit of a facial expression that tells me you want to respond directly to something that he has been talking about there. Do you agree with that assessment of the UN's failings?
I don't agree with the assessment, but I broadly agree that the UN is being enormously sidelined, but indeed has been for a very long time. I mean, to Jonathan's specific point, look, we can do this all day. We can do the abstractions, the broad brush, and speak through to our heart's content on that basis. The reality, the facts speak much louder if you bother to look at them. And the facts say that ultimately Israel has got away with bloody murder over the past 40, 50 years. And it has done because it has the bulwark and the veto power of its biggest ally, the United States. It has managed to get away with a virtual disintegration of, as I mentioned earlier, in 1967, Resolution 242, voted on every single year, by the way, by the UN's National Assembly, General Assembly, rather, is voted almost unanimously in favor of Palestinian statehood in the West Bank and Gaza. Now, the fact that that's voted on virtually every single year by the UN National General Assembly, and yet, where are we? Where are we now? Where we are is that the West Bank is an archipelago in which Palestinians cannot move from A to B. It is policed and fenced in by
when did you last visit? When did you last visit? When you make such a claim? When did you last visit?
Committing.
When did you last visit?
Okay, just let Kieran finish, Jonathan, because I need to hand it over to Tobias to keep our debate moving on.
Jonathan, you don't win points by interrupting people. Are you aware?
Well, Kieran, if we can circle back to the topic at hand about the UN, come back to that point for us.
When did you last visit? When did you last visit Judea and Samaria to say that Palestinians cannot travel from A to B? That is,
listen, I'm not going to let you interrupt me, okay? So I'm just going to keep talking.
Oh, well, that's a lie. You say something.
Jonathan, if you can just let
wrong.
Kieran finish, and then we're going to hand it to Tobias. Okay, Kieran, briefly wrap up your points, and then we'll move on.
I assume you learned manners in your Swedish schools. Listen, I would say to everybody on this
get
call,
you nowhere.
If
my pseudo-English friend, it won't get you anywhere.
Heaven forbid, anybody on this call should have been born Palestinian in the West Bank or in Gaza. Because if they had, they would have been treated utterly, abysmally, the entirety of their lives by the state of Israel. And I know that because my own father is one of them. Now, Jonathan doesn't think my own father exists. He doesn't think the Palestinians exist. It's so-called this and so-called that. But Jonathan,
again, you're putting words in my mouth. I'm not going to allow
All right,
you to do.
I'm going to bring us back onto the topic at hand because we're not here to debate the territory and the existence of a person or not, because we need to focus specifically back on the Board of Peace, or else we're not going to get through all the interesting points that we need to mull over. Tobias, you raised your hand wanting to say something a little bit earlier. Come back to us with the points you want to raise.
Yeah, firstly, we just got to agree the terms in which we discuss these things. Otherwise, it does get a bit difficult. I couldn't understand what either of you were saying there because you were talking over each other. Back to the United Nations. I mean, we talk of the UN. We criticize the UN. It's become a common feature. Donald Trump does it all the time. What we tend to forget, and I sat round the tables many times in New York at the headquarters representing Great Britain as foreign minister. And what we forget is it's only as good as its member states. And some of the most powerful and influential member states are the permanent members on the Security Council. And Jonathan, I hear everything you say about how it does get abused. I've sat on the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and I was just shocked at the way, how appalling that organization with about 50 members was supposed to look at some of the particular aspects on human rights, but has just become an opportunity to really have a pop at Israel on a regular basis. And I absolutely recognize that. It sends a poor message as to what the UN is all about. And there is a danger because individual nations, powerful nations, are not bothering with it anymore. They've just given up, including the United States, I'm afraid, that it'll go the League of Nations. And confirming that that's what America intends to do is why we're now debating this other new architecture, which is this Board of Peace. And that is the danger here as to what's going to happen there, because it will challenge the UN, both strategically and psychologically. It undermines the UN's legitimacy, and it erodes, if you like, the relevance of having an international organization that, I do think you touched on it before, came about in the ashes of the Second World War. And without something that brings nations together, which is legitimate, not by invitation, Donald Trump is chairing this, and he gets to invite individual nations, then I'm afraid we are going to see our world slide into a more instability and then a world of conflict. And this is the big challenge of what we do about this. This is the inflection point that we now find ourselves. This is only January 2026. So if we want democratic continuity, if we want to improve the fragmented rules-based order, we need another vision than what Donald Trump is putting on the table. But Donald Trump, because China, can I say straight away, is not going to support this. And Russia might. But the fact that Putin has been invited is another thing that's scratching heads here in capital cities across Europe, because Putin is the arch enemy. He's the one that's invaded part of Eastern Europe and will continue on his mission if he's allowed to. And now we're bringing him in from the cold. We're recognizing him. We're giving him a place on another international table. So these are big questions that we need to get our heads around.
Jonathan,
can I just quickly comment on that really quickly?
Please.
I agree with you, Tobias. I agree with that. And I think the fact that Putin has been added to this is absolutely astonishing. I mean, before you joined the call, I said several wanted war criminals are on this board. You might agree or disagree whether all of them are, Tobias, but I agree with your analysis. Look, I want us to try and cut through the BS, if I'm honest. right? It's all very well talking about, shifting architecture and so on. I broadly agree with your analysis, Tobias, but, I'm a student of international relations. Let's be honest about what this is. The strong do what they can, the weak do what they must. I know enough about history to know that the Palestinians in that scenario are the weak, and the Israelis at this moment in time are the strong. Yeah. And if international law were actually being applied evenly, the Palestinians would be entitled to a lot more than they're going to get from this board of peace. What the Palestinians are being asked to accept, and Jonathan's shaking his head, what I know that, again, the media struggles to see Palestinians as real people. So let me put this in terms that hopefully everybody will understand. The Palestinians are being asked to accept a board of peace to preside over their future and destiny, comprised exclusively, as if we were to ask Israelis to accept an equivalent board of people who supported and participated in October 7th.
Jonathan?
Right. It's ridiculous, but,
Is it?
I think we should really, yes, I think really, I say it with as much respect that I can muster. I think it's ridiculous that you turn everything into a point. And, I want to give you some advice. As someone who is part of a people that probably was persecuted for the longest time in existing history and has gone through quite a lot of ordeal, a word of advice is to stop thinking of yourself as a victim and to take agency and responsibility of your future.
If I can raise the issue that Kieran was making there for you, Jonathan, for you to respond directly to, can you respond directly to the point that he was making that there are no Palestinians on the board of peace? Does that sit comfortably with a board of peace that is supposed to oversee it for everybody? What's your take on that?
I was supposed to, and this, by the way, is the third time that you interrupt me, and you haven't interrupted other panelists, just as a friendly reminder.
Noted.
If we want to keep this even-keeled, third time that I've been corrected and the others haven't. And I will address the question. The first thing is the board of peace. I think we have to be adults and analyze it, a bit beyond the narrow scope of the Security Council resolution and understand what President Trump is trying to do. I believe he's trying to build an alternative to the UN, or at least a political maneuver that will look like that for various purposes. And Tobias, I think, has summarized it very neatly with the few pros and many cons that are attached to it. It isn't about Gaza. Gaza is the vehicle, I think, in President Trump's eyes, but that will allow him to build something bigger and to do something bigger that has a scope that is far, far larger than Gaza. Gaza, sadly, from my perspective, is a vehicle. And I say sadly because the board of peace, the way that it's being built now, and the people who are on it, Erdogan, for instance, President Erdogan of Turkey, is a rabid Israel hater and someone that is just at the cusp of defying Israel as an enemy state and has been leading BDS campaigns against Israel, has been promoting Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood, and has been funding and housing Hamas in Turkey, including providing them with safe havens, money, and material support. To have him on the board of peace is a threat to Israel, is a threat to Israeli security. And I think that many Israelis are very uneasy with that situation. I wouldn't draw any comparisons between this board of peace and the jihadi terrorists that perpetrated October 7. That's just a ridiculous comparison to make. But I would say that many of the people who are on it, Qatar, Turkey, Russia, are questionable at best. And I would call them far worse than that. And from an Israeli perspective, it isn't looking good at all.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tobias, you wanted to make...
I would agree. I would agree that the analogy is flawed, but it's flawed in the other direction. Around 800 civilians were killed on October 7th. Terrible. Every single one terrible. But around 72,000 people at least have been slain by your genocidal army, Jonathan, since October 7th. 1 in 2 children in Gaza want to commit suicide
Okay.
How many children do you know that want to commit suicide outside of that?
Okay, Kieran, I'm just going to interrupt you there and bring it back to... Kieran, I'm just going to interrupt you there.
I can debate it with you.
The analogy
I can debate all of those slanderous
right.
points that you just
Kieran, we're not
tried
going
to
to
make.
debate the genocide.
slander.
Kieran, I'm going to interrupt you there and we're going to put a pin in that. Tobias, what do you make of the inclusion of Turkey, of Qatar, that Israel has raised some legitimate concerns about?
Well, let's take it back from where we were just discussing about this gargantuan effort to recreate the United Nations, which is a very dangerous direction, to go. To the point that Jonathan was making, this was the start of this was actually to focus on Gaza, to focus on what is the future of this very difficult part of the world. And as Foreign Minister, I mentioned I was at the United Nations. I remember sitting next to Borgi Brenda, who now hosts the Davos, the World Economic Forum. And we sort of sadly joked that we could actually read the speech that we gave at the UN meetings in the General Assembly of focusing on the Middle East. We could give the speech that we gave the year before because nothing changed. Then two big things did change. Firstly, the signing of the Abrahamic Accords. And that was a positive move forward. The last big journey that way was actually when Egypt and Jordan decided quite wisely to recognize Israel. But so this was momentous. And then sadly, what took us the other way, and it's just been touched upon, is the barbaric Hamas attacks on the 7th of October. And where we are today, we have to ask ourselves, how do we then move forward? Now, I absolutely support Israel's right to exist. I have done, make that very, very clear. And I'm an absolute friend of Israel. I'm not a friend of Prime Minister Netanyahu because I don't believe that he wants a two-state solution anymore. I need to be convinced on that. Perhaps you can convince me, Jonathan. But I'm a military person myself. I'm still in the armed forces. And the military is used as a vehicle for political ends. So you use your superior military might on the battlefield, as you've done in Gaza, to respond, to kill the enemy, Hamas, but then the continuing acts need to be for something, what it is that you're going to rebuild to prevent you requiring to go back in or be in there for perpetuity as a military force. And quite rightly, the stumbling block has been what to do about Hamas. And I've been frustrated that the window of opportunity is closing. They should have been turfed out long ago. And part of the challenge is the Palestinian people themselves don't have anybody else there to help take them into perhaps a different direction, a more plausible direction. Now, I served in Northern Ireland. I had to deal with the IRA there, okay? But there was an avenue where they were eventually disarmed, disappeared, had to disappear. They were made illegal, but the political movement came on with a promise to be peaceful. I don't think that's actually possible with Hamas, but the alternative must be a Palestinian, and I'm not sure that you're going to get Fatah or anybody in the West Bank helping, but the Abrahamic Accords could do more to set up technocratic councils, operations, as interim solutions, green zones, if you like, in parts of Gaza where Hamas is not allowed to be represented whatsoever. It's illegal, to offer some hope to the people, the Palestinians that genuinely want something else.
Okay.
Now, I actually had that conversation with the President Herzog, with the President of Israel, and he agreed with it. But this goes back to the point, is that there's no opportunity for that sort of idea to flourish at the moment, simply because the political discussions have actually drawn to a halt as Donald Trump himself loses interest in the Middle East and moves on to sort of, the international, the global, in wanting to set up his own new UN.
Can I just jump in off the back of that and then ask Jonathan the question?
Very briefly, Kieran, and then I'm going to move us on.
It's not going to be as vicious as you anticipate, Jonathan. I'm happy to hear that Tobias supports a two-state solution. I query where that could be and how that would be feasible when it's pretty clear that none of the Israeli political class take it seriously and haven't done for many, many generations. I want to ask Jonathan very directly. Do you believe in a two-state solution, a Palestinian state in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip? And I mean along the Green Line, the 1967 line, all the territory beyond which was conquered through war, which is inadmissible under international law.
Okay, Jonathan?
Yeah, the first time you actually make not a personal assault, but actually ask a question, and you haven't lied in the question. So I will honor you by answering it in the most straightforward and honest way that I can. I believe that the future of my homeland, the State of Israel, the good future of it is by separating between us and the people that you refer to as Palestinians, Arabs in the land of Israel, separating politically between us and maintaining Israel as a Jewish democratic state that is safe, that governs itself, that has its internationally recognized borders. And I understand that the way to do that is by establishing two different political entities between the river and the sea. Now, the issue here is that, and something that you haven't, and I think a bit dishonestly, you haven't addressed at all, and you've only been pointing fingers at Israel, but I think you've forgotten to speak about sentiments in the so-called Palestinian territories, in Judea and Samaria, in Gaza. You haven't spoken about what the Arabs themselves say. And we have all neglected to speak about the fact that Israel has indeed offered 4 different peace solutions to end the conflict between us and them. 4 different Israeli prime ministers have presented maps, territorial swaps, a capital in eastern Jerusalem, the return of refugees, etc. And the answer to all of those Israeli proposals, which were serious, honest proposals by Palestinian representatives, Yasser Arafat.
Okay, we're getting running out of time here, Jonathan. Thank you. Look, Kieran, you asked a question. He's answered it. We're not going to get into a debate on the two-state solution. I will get both of you back for a specific debate on that because we are getting close to running out of time, and I want us to talk about phase 2 of the deal before we need to wrap up. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff announced a move to phase 2 of the ceasefire deal earlier this month. Now, phase 2 requires the full demilitarization of Gaza, the disarmament of Hamas, and it requires an Israeli troop withdrawal. Now, question marks also remain over the composition of the International Stabilization Force. So, Kieran, let me ask you first, because it's a point that Jonathan has been making. Do you think that Hamas will and should disarm to ensure that phase 2 is successful?
Listen, my family has a long tradition of peaceful resistance in Palestine, occupied Palestine, and it has never involved Hamas. And this tradition goes back to the 1940s. So I am absolutely no supporter of Hamas, and I would like to see a peaceful secular, my preference would be a peaceful secular government in Gaza. At the same time, I recognize that actually a future sovereign Palestinian state is or ought to be the author of its own fate. And I am not going to accept that the Palestinian people, which have been strangulated and asphyxiated both in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip, have had all manner of horror poured upon them by an occupying ethnocratic state. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, I submit, I agree. The people who have tormented us and occupied us and tortured us for 80 years and their allies should have the right to determine what a future sovereign Palestinian state looks like
for them.
It's really difficult. Listen, final thing, it's really difficult for everybody to get their heads around. Tobias, I respect Tobias. I think you're from the sensible wing of your party, and I know you've got a lot of experience.
We're running out of time. Kieran, wrap this up.
But you have to try and understand, everybody has to try and understand, Palestinians care about their homeland and about their history as much as British patriots do, as much as French patriots do, as much as everybody does. So no, we're not going to submit to whatever Jonathan wants us to do. And by the way, Jonathan, I don't believe you about the two-state solution.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to believe him. He needs to just believe himself, and that's fine. He's not asking you to. Jonathan, okay, so if Hamas needs to disarm, will Israel, to ensure phase 2 is successful, should Israel pull its military back as phase 2 requires?
Definitely. I mean, if and when the International Stabilization Force is fielded on the ground, if and when it accepts the mandate of actually of actually doing, of disarming, helping to disarm Hamas and implement stage 2, then of course the easiest part of stage 2 is for Israeli troops to move a few kilometers towards Israel and change the ceasefire line. That's the easiest thing because it's ordering soldiers to redeploy. In a matter of hours, it can be done. The other parts are what worries me, and I'll say this very succinctly and shortly. I live in this area and I will continue to live here. What the situation means is that as long as Hamas isn't dismantled and completely taken out of power in Gaza, there will be a problem. It's just like leaving the Nazis in charge of a defeated Third Reich and hoping that things will just, be okay, and saying, well, the Germans should govern themselves and we shouldn't impose on them who should govern them. Exactly the same flawed logic that, of course, nobody on the winning side allowed, and that is not what should happen in Gaza. Unfortunately, that is what appears to be happening.
Okay.
Hamas is looking to be to allow to stay, and that means more suffering for Palestinians, more suffering for Israelis, more terrorism, more jihad, and eventually war and destruction. If you ask me, I wouldn't invest a lot of infrastructure in Gaza. I wouldn't invest in anything in Gaza because there will be war as long as Hamas is there.
Okay. Tobias, the fact that we're even debating whether or not Hamas will and should disarm, whether or not the Israeli troops will and should pull back, the fact that Steve Witkoff announced that we are in phase 2, is that purely semantic? I mean, is phase 2 still a bit of a myth at this stage?
You raised such an important question because my huge concern here is the time that we've lost since the ceasefire was put in place. And there's a small window of opportunity to get these things right before both sides, for different reasons, then start losing faith in where the whole thing is going. And miscalculation or deliberate actions to try and unravel the whole thing can easily take place. And this goes, I'm sorry, to America. Trump did an incredible job in bringing this, to a halt. But then you really got to move quickly. And whether I mentioned Northern Ireland, but you've got other places, Bosnia, where I served as well. Even Ukraine now, if a ceasefire was agreed, you've got literally weeks in which to get that organized to show the Palestinians that they should actually actively support it and disassociate themselves with Hamas, which is absolutely critical, and the Israelis to say, finally, yes, I do not see Gaza being a security threat, so I can relax more. And we're not there on either side. And that's perhaps my frustration with this issue to do with Hamas. They should have been disarmed absolutely immediately. They lost any right at all after what they did on the 7th of October. But we are losing time, and I'm afraid the key players, Witkoff, I think he's in Moscow as we speak. All these people are doing other things. It's become too complicated. And so that's why you hear Jonathan speak now, doesn't have faith in where this might go. And it is so sad because it's part of the Middle East that has been so troubled for decades. And this moment after the ceasefire, I thought possibly now, that there could be a chance for some long-term peace. But I fear that window is now closing.
I wish we had more time. Very, very briefly, Kieran, we are out of time and I need to wrap us up. You've got 30 seconds.
I know where this is heading. It's quite clear. It's heading to a total eradication of the Palestinian people in their historic homeland. Let's be honest. Right, let's, as I say, cut through the BS. That's where it's heading.
Okay.
The strong do what they can, the weak do what they must. The reason that international law in the previous architecture is being torn up is because it didn't facilitate that for Israel. We've now reached the inflection point where that's happening. Mark my words, if things continue as they are with this border peace, that's where we're heading.
Okay, all right, and I need to keep this balanced. Jonathan, I'll give you the right of reply as well. Jonathan, you have 20 seconds to wrap up your final point as a right of reply, very briefly.
If you keep supporting genocidal jihadi organizations and you claim that they are legitimate representatives of your people,
If you keep terrorising...
Okay, gentlemen, we are out of time. I wish we had more time to continue, but we do not, and I need to leave it there. I'm trying to give you both the right to respond, and we're not really getting anywhere, so unfortunately we have to leave it there because we are out of time. I wish we could continue to drill down more into these issues, but we need to wrap it up. Kieran Andreou, political economist and commentator, Tobias Elwood, former UK Middle East Minister, and Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. Thank you very much for your impassioned analysis. We appreciate you on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. What a fiery one. Such a contentious issue. Always so much to discuss. So be sure to keep up to date with these debates and our latest interviews on Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Starlink is now free in Iran, but using it remains risky. The country is undergoing one of its strictest internet blackouts in history to silence nationwide protests. Elon Musk's satellite service has become a lifeline, letting people share videos even when networks are down. Making it free is a game changer, but it's far from safe. Most Iranians need illegal Starlink dishes, and using them can lead to prison or even the death penalty. Activists have smuggled devices at huge costs, about $200,000 for 100 units. And connections have grown from just 100 in 2022 to an estimated 50,000 today, helping get essential footage out. Now that lifeline is under threat. Iran appears to be jamming Starlink signals using sophisticated technology, possibly Russian-style jammers similar to the ones used in Ukraine, or even its own Cobra V8 system, making connections slow or unusable. This marks one of the first times the government has been able to disrupt Starlink, challenging the idea that satellite internet can't be blocked. The bottom line, Starlink has helped some Iranians break through censorship, but using it is dangerous for protesters, increasingly difficult, and shows how far the regime is willing to go to control internet access, even from space.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Mr. Mann, thank you so much for this interview. Trump, of course, is dominating the conversations, but also, I mean, there are many geopolitical themes that are impacting businesses these days.
Sure.
Through your conversations here in Davos, what do you think are the most geopolitical themes that would impact doing business globally and also for the Arab region where I come from?
Well, it's wonderful to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me along. So you're absolutely right. Every conversation I've had every panel I've joined as a moderator or as a speaker, and every discussion I've engaged with has really honed in on this idea of geopolitical disruption. And so when I reflect on those discussions, what has really come out is this one particular theme. The only constant in the world today is change. And it's the pace of change. We've seen that really also pick up over the last few weeks with all of the disruption in the world that's been caused by geoeconomics and geopolitics. So what is it that businesses are doing to respond to this? I think we're talking about a theme of diversification. When you look at businesses, they realise that over-reliance on any single economy, on any single market, any single business partner is a vulnerability for them. So they're diversifying who they're doing business with, where their data resides, where their funds flow. And that is a big theme that is coming out of the discussions that I'm having.
If we look at what has happened over the past few months, the tariff story was big and it's continuing with us. But if we look at what has happened, the effective tariff rate in the US has gone up from around 4 maybe to 17%. But the US economy is doing well. So who is bearing the cost of these tariffs and how has it impacted multinationals that have businesses all around the world?
Sure. So the reality is, I think we're still waiting for the full impact to be felt. But if you look ahead, it is likely to have an impact on many stakeholders. It'll impact on consumers in the States, it'll impact on importers into the US, it'll impact exporters to the US. I think everyone's going to be picking up their share of the burden here. And so when you think about what companies are doing, they're really having to think about tariffs as a business critical issue in a way that they haven't done. If you reflect on sort of the past, people weren't talking about tariffs, people weren't talking about customs. It has now become a front and centre issue for all businesses. C-suite are having to think about it. And so if you're a company doing business in the global environment today, you have to invest to understand the real dynamics at play within the customs world. You need to understand the rules around origin, and you need to understand the rules around valuation and classification as well. That requires a lot of homework from companies in today's context and environment.
The issue is we're not only living with tariffs, but also with sanctions, with so many disruptions to global supply chains. So how are supply chains being impacted by that?
It's a good question, because national security wasn't something that businesses had to think about historically. But national security and geopolitics has really entered the boardroom, it's dead centre within the agenda of companies today. And it started permeating the business world and the business regulatory space. So we've talked about tariffs. Never used to be a national security issue, it has become one. But for some time, export controls have been another area that companies have had to reflect on, where you have a variety of rules on what you can export out of your country, whether it's technology, software or goods. Similarly, we have sanctions rules about whom you can do business with, whether it's business partners or markets and countries that came to the fore under the Russia sanctions, where you had countries like even Switzerland, Taiwan and South Korea, which didn't particularly have a reputation of imposing sanctions, they suddenly introduced them as well. But then you get things like foreign investment regulations and ESG regulations. So national security has really permeated the business landscape.
Are you worried about what we're hearing, the exchange between the US and the EU about tariffs, extra tariffs and opposing tariffs? I mean, how do these geopolitical themes that we are witnessing today impact different sectors? Which sectors do you think are most vulnerable to that?
So we're still waiting to see what will be the response from the Europeans. Today there's been a lot of noise around the corridors here in Davos about, will there be retaliatory tariffs? Will there be, an investigation launched by the Europeans under the anti-coercion instrument? We will wait to see. But when you do get this sort of trade conflict emerging between trade giants, business really have to think about how to navigate that adeptly. It requires thought, it requires preparation, but it also requires an ability to respond swiftly with a degree of nimbleness and agility as well.
We have the possibility of extra tariffs by the US over its European traditional partners, and the EU is threatening to hit back with tariffs. Within these geopolitical themes that we are hearing about, which do you think are the sectors that are most impacted by this?
A really good question. So in terms of the precise response, we're waiting to see what the Europeans will do. Obviously, if you walk around the corridors here at Davos, you hear about suggestions of counter-retaliatory tariffs. There's some suggestion that there could be an investigation launched by the EU under the anti-coercion instrument. But we'll wait to see what the precise measures are. As to the sectors impacted, it's impacting multiple sectors. It'll partly depend on which sectors have tariffs imposed on them, but that could impact, the variety of sectors like consumer goods, agricultural. But then the broader trade wars that are emerging between trading giants is impacting energy, defence, technology, even healthcare. So I don't think any sector is immune from this. They need to prepare in advance and think about it and how to respond with nimbleness and agility.
Unfortunately, it's going to affect everyone involved. Thank you so much for this interview.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old, majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Donald Trump has launched his new Board of Peace in Davos during the World Economic Forum, with 19 countries signing on to address global conflicts, starting with Gaza. Some nations, including the UK, are holding off over concerns about Russia's potential role in the board. The initiative comes amid tensions over Trump's comments on Greenland and trade, adding strain to relations with European allies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it.
To discuss this and all of our today's top stories, I'm joined in studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Thank you for joining us today again. And correspondent and columnist, our own Gemma White. Thank you for joining us as well. So, Gemma, we're going to start with you. More countries have actually joined this Board of Peace at Davos. What more do we know about those who have signed up? What does it say about those who haven't?
So we have to divide this list up into countries who've accepted, those who are undecided, and those who've said an emphatic no. So let's go through the countries who have accepted. We've got the UAE, and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan will also sit on the board. We have Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Argentina, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Paraguay, Morocco, Hungary, Kosovo, Belarus, and Azerbaijan. Now, countries that have declined, quite unsurprisingly, France, Norway, Sweden, Slovenia, and Italy. And some have been quite vocal, you know, because of potential Russian involvement. They're not going to get involved. Others have kept playing their cards quite close to their chest, you know, sort of, no, we're not interested. Now, there's countries that are undecided. We've got China, India, Germany. Canada was on the fence, but the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said today that he will join with conditions. Russia, Ukraine, the UK and Ireland. Now, the UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper has said UK won't be one of the signatories today. So it's not a no, it's also not a yes. So they are the countries that are so far involved. Now, as well, you've only got 2 NATO countries that have joined, which is Hungary and Turkey. There has been some confusion over Russia because Trump gave the impression that the Russia has signed on and that Putin would even be joining the board. And then the Kremlin came out in their usual way and said, no, we need to review the documents. This isn't true. It's not happening. So what's also interesting is they've invited Pope Leo XIV to join, but no word yet on whether he will join this this board of peace. I think it's very interesting because you've got so many there'll be so many conditions which all the countries are going to bring. Now, you've got Belarus here, and they are a staunch Russian ally, and they're one of the reasons that Ukraine has said they're not going to join, as well as potential Russian involvement. You also have Benjamin Netanyahu, who's going to be on the board. I think there's a lot of irony going on. You know, he's wanted for, you know, war crimes, and he's been invited onto the board of peace. He has said to not have been happy about the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the previous Gaza Executive Board from which this has sprung from. There are so many moving parts. This whole list could change again tomorrow. Who knows?
Exactly. And Michael, we also have some emerging details about the room that was shown, this new Gaza slideshow that was presented by Trump and his advisor, Jared Kushner. So tell us some more about this slideshow that they were shown.
So they treated it just like you would expect the son-in-law of a real estate tycoon to treat it. It was very much transactional. It was not about the Palestinians. It was not about the West Bank. It had nothing to do with the institutions that have been around for hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. It was very much just artists' renderings of what it will look like in their mind. And to me, it seemed like it could have been parts of Dubai. Some of the buildings and some of the size of the buildings, the height, the towers right on the coast. It was impressive to look at. But it didn't capture the spirit of the Palestinians. And I think that is a little bit consistent with the way that they've set up the Board of Peace. There are no Palestinians who are involved. And when Jared Kushner was up there, he was full of praise for his father-in-law, the President of the United States. But there wasn't any of the concerns that the Palestinian people would have. I did like one comment when he said that there is no plan B. And that makes me think that this is what they want. Now, is it unfortunate that they're not taking into account the Palestinians? Yes. But if they could pull this off, it would be a spectacular move that surely the Palestinians would have to agree that they would benefit from.
Exactly. But so perhaps Trump may be treating this as another real estate project here.
With funding coming from the Board of Peace, right? Because to get a seat on the board, it will cost you $1 billion.
But I don't know that he would want to give up that money because he's in charge. He's also the treasurer of that.
Okay, yeah. So he's the chairman of the board and the treasurer. Okay, yeah, that's some quite powerful positions.
And there was another interesting point here because it's a concern that has been brought up by some countries that haven't joined. Notably also, I think France also voiced this concern because Trump is now saying that the Board of Peace will work alongside the UN. So how do you think this will work, Gemma? And do you think this can actually work, or are they competing with these mainstream organizations like the UN, or just Trump here just rattling every organization in the world here?
He has given contrasting information as well. There's been times I think he said, like, replace the UN or, you know, words to that effect. And that got quite a big outcry. And so now it's working alongside. Now, so then we've got how is it going to work alongside the UN? You know, why aren't we putting the attention and the time into fixing these perceived issues with the UN? I think what's most interesting about this is Trump has made himself the chairman of this Board of Peace almost in perpetuity. You know, there's no fixed term here like there is for the presidency. You know, you do X amount of years and X amount of terms. So what he's done is he's given himself a very powerful job for when his second presidential term ends until he says so.
Exactly. And we were also discussing off-scene that Putin, obviously we know, was invited to join, but Zelensky wasn't.
You wouldn't expect the two of them to sit on anything together. Even the meeting that the Ukraine and Russian delegations will have with the Americans in the next couple of days, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, you're not going to expect, President Zelensky and President Putin to come together, even in that situation. So for them to sit on, especially something that's called the Board of Peace, I can't imagine that. I mean, the irony would be, too much for anybody to handle, and I just can't imagine that would be the case.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying nothing has changed on the ground in Ukraine. He criticized Europe's inaction as Russian oil continues to fund the war, while calling a U.S. backstop essential and questioning NATO's ability to act without American support. He spoke shortly after a private meeting with Donald Trump, which he described as productive and substantial. So, Gemma, what do you make of what Zelensky had to say at Davos? Does he sound optimistic here, or is he acting with caution? What do you think?
He had a lot to say. He had a lot to say to Europe, and I actually hope Europe and European leaders are listening, because I agree with an awful lot of what he was saying. And obviously he's speaking from his experience. The war is 4 years deep now. So he did talk about his meeting with Trump. Both him and Trump said the meeting was good, but they didn't release a joint statement afterwards. It wasn't anything beyond, kind of lip service. So it was a good meeting. And then he shifted his attention to European leaders. He called Europe a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers, and he criticized them for looking lost, which I wholeheartedly agree with. He pushed the message time and time again that America is not coming to save you anymore. And I do think that ever since World War II, there has been this notion that if something happens, we'll just put in a phone call to Dad, the US, and they'll sweep in and save us. And that was an image that America was very happy to perpetuate, America, world peace. But Zelensky is saying that's finished, that era is over. And Trump has, he's given so many indications as well that's over. So everything Zelensky was saying really rang true. He called on the Europeans to put together a joint military armed forces from all the nations. He said, he also posed them a question. He said, who do you think will respond if Putin invades Lithuania or he strike on Poland? Again, who's going to come to the fore? He said it's a very valid question, but he also tackled Greenland. He used Greenland as an analogy for how European leaders are not acting on anything. But he also said, listen, China and Russia are circling Greenland. We know this. So there was perhaps, I took that as perhaps some support for what Trump's trying to do in Greenland. I'm not sure.
I think it was also, it helps him a little bit of scaremongering. And if everybody else is feeling a little bit scared and he leans into that, then maybe they'll recognize, oh, they actually do need to come to his support.
Yeah.
Do you think, Gemma, that perhaps, as you did mention, he was probably influenced by Trump after his meeting, because he does seem to resonate with everything that he's saying about NATO, Europe, criticism on that, on Greenland?
What's interesting to me is he met Trump, and then he came out and he kept saying, America's not going to help you. You've got to go it alone. Europe, you've got to get your act together. And I'm like, was that a criticism of Trump? Was it a criticism saying America is not helping anyone anymore apart from themselves? Or, was he kind of learning from the Trump playbook and he's coming out and it wasn't a criticism of Trump, it was more really an observation of what's going on in the world?
And you can't see Donald Trump disagreeing with anything Zelensky said.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Trump would have said exactly the same things. Yeah, it's so true.
Exactly. And something, Michael, that he was another criticism of Zelensky. He actually asked why Maduro is on trial and Putin is not. So does he have a point here?
He absolutely does have a point. this is one of the criticisms that gets leveled against the Trump administration, is this sense of hypocrisy. How are you putting someone like him on trial, where just a few weeks before he was captured, he released the former Honduras president who had been convicted and was in an American prison for trafficking cocaine. So the hypocrisy exists. But what surprises me is that President Zelensky has been in this situation. Next month, he'll be starting the 5th year of the war. He's been in this situation for a long time. He's flown around the world meeting with world leaders. Yeah. He knows how the game is played, and yet he consistently bangs his head against the wall, trying to get them to see that America's not going to come to the rescue, that NATO is fractured, and that the UN is not working the way that it should. I would think after a certain point, you would start to maybe come up with a different approach, because what you're doing is not working, so you need to think outside the box. I'm surprised, because he is a smart man, I'm surprised he hasn't come up with a different way to get everybody's attention. But maybe that first shot was today, where I'm going to take the gloves off and I'm going to start criticizing the people who, at least in front of the press, have been saying they support me. But now I'm actually going to go after them, and this is where he talked an awful lot about Groundhog Day, right? I've been here before, we've been here before, this is near the end of the 4th year, and this is going on, and nothing's happening.
Exactly, and there's also competing versions here, because he's saying that everything's the same in the ground, nothing's changed, while Trump and his administration are voicing optimism, saying that 90% of the stuff is getting done and that they're close to a deal. So I think we're going to have to see this soon. Michael, we're going to go on to another question with you, now on to Russia, because Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy, he was expected to meet Putin today. Now this meeting is going to happen on Friday. So what should we expect out of this meeting?
So we have to read a little bit between the lines, and we have to assume that if we've been following it for a few years now, we have to recognize that everything seems to be coming to a head. And I think you only get that sense if you've been watching this story move. I believe that there will be a proposal of some sort that's presented to the Russian delegation. So this is the first trilateral meeting between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. It's happening in the UAE. And I don't think you all come together if you're not very close to the finish line. Yeah. I'm optimistic that something will happen. Donald Trump has been speaking positively. Steve Witkoff has, and even President Zelensky has been saying things. Now, Vladimir Putin, of course, hasn't, but he hasn't spoken throughout any of this. So I do believe that there will be something that will be presented finally to the Russian delegation. But how long for them to accept it? Because I also am very much of the opinion that the Russians have been kept up to date with everything that's going on. So it's not as though they're going to be presented with something and they have no idea and they're going to need 3 weeks to go through it. I don't think that's the case. Everybody's also saying there's only one issue right now that seems to be land and an economic free zone of some sort. That is the only sticking point, according to those people who have spoken on the issue.
That's right. And Russia is also the one who actually asked for this meeting with Steve Witkoff, which is actually unusual from their part. So I think we're kind of in for a surprise this week. We don't know what's going to happen. What do you think is going to come out from this meeting, the trilateral and the one with the U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff?
It would be great if something did come out of it, but we've been here before, right? Time and time again. And we sit there waiting for Russia to blink or even, make a tiny little concession, and they simply don't. And they've never really given an indication that they're going to. So, again, is this, banging your head against the wall and keep going into a situation and expecting a different outcome when all signs point to exactly the same outcome? But I think you're right. They're all coming to the UAE tomorrow. This can't be another wasted chance.
Elon Musk has hinted he may buy Ryanair, calling out the company's chief executive during an online spat. The bust-up began after Musk said Michael O'Leary should be sacked for rejecting the use of Starlink to provide Wi-Fi on flights. O'Leary blasted back, calling the Tesla boss an idiot, whilst also promoting their January sale. Isabel, we'll start with you. It's the world's richest man taking on the boss of Europe's busiest airline here. Whose corner are you in?
Who do you think, Catalina? I've interviewed Michael O'Leary many times, and it's not just his Irish charm. He's entertaining, he's good sport, he's taken all of this in his stride. Look, fundamentally, by the way, Elon Musk, even though he is obviously the richest man, cannot buy Ryanair, absolutely can't. And this was pointed out by Michael O'Leary very calmly that it's publicly owned, you have to be a European citizen, so that cannot happen. But the spat been pretty entertaining. This is all over Starlink and the suggestion by Musk that, Ryanair ought to install his Wi-Fi into the Ryanair aircraft. Now, for an airline that is famous for being incredibly thrifty and therefore one of the few that are actually profitable, there has to be a good return on investment for Michael O'Leary, and he clearly did the sums, and this was not going to work. It's expensive to install the kit, it's heavy, therefore costing more fuel, and the type of clientele that use Ryanair will not be prepared to pay the sums of money being asked. So it just wasn't a good deal. But of course, Musk, quite fragile ego, was not happy about that, asked his followers on X whether or not he ought to acquire the airline, and he is worth, we should point out, $769 billion, which I looked up means he could spend $10 million a day for 211 years before all of his money ran out. But he could buy Ryanair. I think it's worth something like $39 billion. Correct me if I'm wrong. He'd have plenty of spare change, put it that way. But it's just frankly not possible. And Michael O'Leary was a good sport about it all. And it just exposed Elon Musk to be this huge ego that we all know now for him to be.
Following a bit on the Trump rulebook there. But Michael, we know that Elon Musk is not all bad, especially Starlink, because it's been used in Iran right now during the blackout. It's been made free for all Iranians, even though it's dangerous for them to use. And now Lufthansa has also signed up to use it on their own flights. So should O'Leary perhaps listen to what Musk is saying, or is this offer dead right now? What do you think?
100% he should not be listening, because from a journalist's point of view, this is nice fodder and it's nice entertainment. And unlike the Donald Trump stuff in Davos, nobody's going to get hurt here, or at least not too badly. And in fact, Michael O'Leary makes that point, which is that Elon Musk might be calling me this on X, excuse me, not Twitter, on X, but my 4 teenage children will also call me that as well. I think Michael O'Leary, from a PR playbook, he handled it fantastically well. He addressed everything in a level-headed, non-emotional way. He was very factual-based when he discussed how much it was going to cost, as opposed to what it is. He also talked about, that he believes, as his team does, that only about 10% of Ryanair passengers would be willing to pay for it, where the Starlink people think it's 90%. He said Starlink is wonderful, but he just said that from a cost point of view, it's not going to get us where we can justify it. So it was, I thought, a masterful job. He repeated some of the insults that Elon Musk had called him, and I think that makes Michael seem a little bit more sophisticated, which is probably not something that gets said about him too often, because he didn't have to dip to the level that Elon Musk was at. He just had to repeat some of those same words, and it made Elon Musk seem a little bit more immature and a little bit more like a spoiled child.
Yeah,
and I thought Michael handled it fantastically well. Sorry, Isabel.
And I was just going to chip in to say, Catalina, when we say things like Elon Musk is not all bad, I instantly feel like I need to just list all the things that are bad, just to give that narrative, because just off the top of my head, whilst you guys were talking, I was thinking, well, hang on a minute. He was doing Nazi salutes to the far-right National Party, Tommy Robinson. He's been imprisoned. I think this not actually his real name. He's got several other names. He does zooms into the AfD far-right party in Germany as well. He's hollowed out parts of American foreign aid, which is going to cost lives right around the world. When he came on the scene introducing Tesla, I thought, great, this guy is going to not only make green alternatives to, fighting this climate challenge. He's going to make it cool. And obviously Starlink was wonderful when we saw what he did, in the early days in Ukraine. It was life-saving. But I think Elon Musk, if he was to go on trial, is guilty of a lot of heinous things. For whatever you might say about Michael O'Leary, he's divisive, he's boorish sometimes, but, not in the same league as some of the sins I see as being the fault of Elon Musk.
Exactly. And Michael, does Elon Musk even want an airline added to his portfolio? Should he just stick to space? He already has social media space. Does he want something else right here?
Well, he's not an EU citizen, and it's an EU airline, so he has to be an EU citizen to be able to be a majority owner because it is a publicly traded company. Again, Michael O'Leary said, go for it if you want to give it a shot. I don't think that Elon Musk would need an airline, but I don't think any of us thought that he needed X, and yet he was determined to get it. He paid a ridiculous amount of money for it. You never know.
It.
I'm sorry?
And then he ruined it.
Well, I don't know if... I kind of feel like it was already ruined. I think he just maybe brought it down to where, as Michael said today, it is a cesspool. And I think that Elon Musk certainly helped usher it into that direction, even more so. I think it was certainly the least effective and the least relevant social media platform, and that's where I think it is today. Now, he wants it to be, that medium where, free speech reigns. And of course, we know that that's easier said than done.
The Syrian Defense Ministry has announced a 4-day ceasefire after a new agreement with Kurdish forces. It came after around 1,500 ISIS fighters have escaped from the Shadideh prison as both sides trade blame. Actually, Dr. Ellie, just before we came on air, there was a headline that broke, and guess where it was from? It was from Donald Trump, so I'm going to tell you what it is on Syria. Trump says he helped stop prison break of European jihadists in Syria. So he is talking about this, and I don't know your thoughts on what he had to say there.
This is definitely the issue of the ISIS prisoners and ISIS families and ISIS brides and children and all of them. This is one of the big contentious issues in northeast Syria and with the SDF altogether. If we take a step back and look at how things developed in that sense, practically we saw a flow of jihadists from all over different countries that maybe could have been prevented better if Western countries wanted to prevent it, but they seemed fine with it. And that flow of ISIS jihadis was then handed to the SDF to play the dirty role of fighting ISIS and being the most forefront. And this is why the SDF, the Syrian Defense Forces, got the most support from the US and from the ISIS Fighting Alliance and all that thing. And they were allowed to take control in Syria of much larger areas that are purely Kurdish or purely under their control. Now with the new administration, we're seeing the SDF put under pressure by the local government, by the new Syrian temporary government, but also somehow left out by the international community, and they are asked to give back everything that is not theirs, between brackets, in the political sense. And they have agreed to do that. However, the pressure has increased and the time schedule has been pushed, and the frustration between the two led to these explosions, starting from Aleppo and then all through. Now, the SDF, funny enough, the Europeans only had one condition in these negotiations between the SDF and the local government, was that the SDF would continue to control these prisons because they don't actually trust the Syrian central government to control these prisons due to its radical background, the people that were, colleagues with these people inside and who had the same ideology, who are now heads of the Syrian government. But again, the clear message from the international community is that Syria will stabilize, Syria will be united, and the SDF will have to face their future, their destiny practically, trying to preserve at least the control or some measure of control over their own Kurdish cities and Kurdish towns. And this is the condition of the ceasefire that was put on last Sunday. I guess if you are put in such a corner, why would you bother making an effort to keep the prisons safe? So this is what led to the fleeing of thousands, it seems, of people. We don't know if they are the women or children or if they are fighters. We don't know the details, but definitely everybody was concerned, and the US did interfere to try to limit this damage.
And it's so interesting because the US envoy, Tom Barrack, was speaking a little bit earlier, and he says original purpose of Kurdish forces as primary anti-Islamic state force has largely expired. And like you said, the US did support the SDF, and now we're seeing a change in that, and it's become a more difficult situation. But Sarah, let's talk about something that's been a big story in the UK for a long time, and there's speculation that the former ISIS bride and that Shamima Begum could return to the UK as a result of this fighting too. Do you think that this could genuinely happen? Could we see her back in the UK?
No, this is a story that has dominated headlines here for more than a decade. It was in 2015 that the then 15-year-old Shamima Begum travelled to Syria from London. She'd been radicalised online. She married an ISIS jihadi. They went on to have 3 children. All of those children died in Syria. And in 2019, the British government stripped her of her citizenship. Now, she was effectively rendered stateless. Britain says she's not, that she's Bangladesh's problem. Bangladesh says she's not our problem, she's yours. And there are now potentially 2 routes for her getting out of the Roj camp in which she is currently being held. One is if the fighting means that she and fellow detainees break free from that camp. But the other is through legal routes, because the European Court of Human Rights has called on the British government to justify its decision to strip her of her citizenship. Now, that, as you will remember, was an extremely controversial decision at the time, with much argument from those in favour of it and from civil rights groups, that she was a teenager at the time, that she was a victim of trafficking, they had claimed, and that she should be brought back to Britain. She's Britain's problem, and that she should be tried in a UK court. She's never faced UK justice. And so, as I said, she has effectively been rendered stateless since 2019. And the current Home Secretary of this, of course, was a decision made by a Conservative government. Now the Labour Home Secretary is standing her ground, saying that the British government was absolutely justified in stripping her of her citizenship. And politicians, of course, don't want to be seen to be soft on ISIS. It's not going to be a popular political decision to say, yes, she can come back and face justice here. But you do have to ask what it says about confidence in the British legal system as well. If she is genuinely seen as a national security threat, could she not be dealt with in this country where she was born and grew up?
Yeah, that's going to be a hot topic.
Definitely, most Western countries have not done enough to bring their citizens back. And maybe, to some extent, they would have preferred to leave them there and find the legal ways to do it. So, yes, it's going to be an issue once they are out by mistake or by legal measures, how the Western communities will deal with this.
Brooklyn Peltz Beckham has broken his silence on reports of a family feud, saying he does not want to reconcile with his parents. In an Instagram post, he accused his mum and dad of trying to sabotage his marriage and controlling him for years. Speaking at Davos earlier, David Beckham said all children made mistakes. Take a listen.
I've always spoke about, social media and the power of social media, for the good and for the bad. The bad we've talked about with what kids can access these days, and it can be dangerous. But what I've found personally, you know, especially with my kids as well, use it for the right reasons. You know, I've been able to use my platform and my following, you know, for UNICEF. And it's been the biggest tool to make people aware of what's going on around the world for children. And I've tried to do the same. I've tried to do the same with my children, to educate them. They make mistakes. Children are allowed to make mistakes. That's how they learn. So that's what I try to teach my kids. But, you know, you have to sometimes let them make those mistakes as well.
Sarah, this story, wow. And I must admit something, it feels very similar to Prince Harry's situation, doesn't it? Why has Brooklyn decided to just speak out against his family now and almost just press the nuclear button?
Yeah, he really has. It's a mic drop moment when this 6-page statement dropped on Brooklyn Beckham's Instagram last night to his 16 million followers. He really has gone nuclear, and he's effectively saying enough is enough. I'm going to tell you my truth. He says he has lived for years with his parents controlling the narrative, that they never accepted his wife, that his mother sabotaged his wedding day. It goes on and on and on. It is excruciating to read this. And you are right, there are parallels with what has been happening within the British royal family. As he talks about this family putting the brand and the reputation of the brand before all else, as he talks about this big spat over a dress. He claims that Victoria Beckham pulled out at the last minute for making her soon-to-be daughter-in-law's wedding dress. That is a potentially recollections may vary moment, because a Vogue article earlier said that Nicola Peltz Beckham's dress was over a year in the planning with Valentino. And then it's a little similar, isn't it, to that bridesmaid dress row, with the initial stories being about Meghan making Kate cry over the bridesmaid dresses, then Meghan saying, actually, it was Kate that made me cry. There are a lot of parallels here. And interestingly, David Beckham, he's just had his knighthood. He's quite good friends with the king. They swap jars of honey and rose bushes and gardening tips. They've got more in common than they might have wished for, with these sons who have crossed the Atlantic and decided to spill the beans in the most public fashion.
I find this story and everything that's going around this, I don't know, Dr. Ellie, maybe don't share Sarah and my passion about this story, but it's absolutely fascinating, because I just look at a family like the Beckhams, and I look at Brooklyn Beckham, and he's had so much criticism online because he's had everything. You know, he's got millionaire parents, he was the first child, his parents have done so much for him. He's had failed careers. He tried to be a chef, he's not one. He tried to be a photographer, he's not one. And he wouldn't have met Nicola Peltz, who's from a billionaire family, unless he was a Beckham. So is he just a Nepo baby crying about nothing, basically?
I'm just still trying to overcome the fact that the dress was 1 year in the making. I can't wrap my head around that. But
it's anyway. A big celebrity wedding.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Again, it feels like these people are living in a different planet. But at the moment, we have the Ukrainians freezing to death and the situation in Gaza. But anyway, I think that what you're saying goes to the point, which is very true, that whatever he does in life, he will still continue to be recognized as the son of David Beckham. And he will not be able to liberate himself from this. Same for Harry and other situations. I think the image of the family has a huge load on children, especially the ones that are not so mature, emotionally mature, even if he's in his 20s. I think it takes a toll on the person, and at a certain time, either he breaks or he revolts in that sense. And we've seen this so many times over and over with politicians, with artists, with singers, with every kind of public figures. So it's very understandable. But on the other hand of it, again, I think any exposure is positive exposure for celebrities, even if it is bad media, even if it is stories about their conflicts. I think they find a way to benefit from it and reap good financial
I don't know about that, because I think in this, some of it is so excruciating in its detail. The specifics that Brooklyn Beckham mentions when he talks about his first dance at his wedding, that they'd planned and practiced this romantic first dance, and he was called up to the stage for it, and there was his mother, and then she danced on him. I mean, this for Victoria is just...
She's a Spice Girl. Come on.
Embarrassing.
You cannot. If your mother is a Spice Girl, this has to do some effect on your life.
It's just hideous to watch this playing out. And Leigh Ann, you know, I hear what you say. He is a young man who has been given everything and has left a very wealthy family in the UK and married into an extremely wealthy, powerful family in the United States, and has decided that he can, you know, tell the world just how miserable his childhood was. Look, I do have a degree of sympathy when I read what he talks about, you know, his own levels of anxiety and you know, it all being not family love, it all being about showing it on social media, and the more you share it on social media, the better. But there must be another way of doing this, and not having to, you know, put this out there for the world to see. And you know, Dr. Ellie, as you say, you know, there are far more important stories in the world. And yet what is the most read and the most talked about story in the UK? It's the Beckhams.
And his promise that he has more to say. Can you imagine how much people will be checking his page on a regular basis?
That reminds me of Prince Harry saying that, you know, the book was 400 pages and actually he had 800 pages. There was more to say.
Now, at least 39 people have been killed in a high-speed train crash in Spain. The collision happened as a train travelling from Malaga to Madrid collided with another that was going from the capital to Huelva. Rawia, what more do we know about what was behind this terrible, terrible crash yesterday?
Well, the situation as it stands, apparently, unfortunately, 39 people have been killed because of this crash. More than 122 people have been injured. I think more than 40 are still in hospital. Unfortunately, there are also kids amongst the injured. Most deaths happened and serious injuries happened in the front carriages. Yet all the statements that are coming out, whether it was from Renfe, which is Spain's state-owned national rail operator, so it was operating obviously the train, or the transport minister, or even the private high-speed train operator company, Irio, they're all saying that this is extremely unusual. It's still unknown what were the causes, but it's extremely unusual because the derailment happened on a straight track rather than on a curve, which is usually where it happens, and it would be due to speed or human error. So until now, they're unable to pinpoint what really happened, considering that the train is new. It's less than 4 years old. Also, it has been inspected it was inspected 3 days just before the crash. And also, usually, these things happen on a straight track. Derailment happens on a straight track when something goes extremely wrong. One of these things, like technical failures, it could be that the switch or the point signaling issue was malfunctioning, it wasn't working, mechanical failure, or there was an obstruction on the track, because otherwise the train is new. Even the track apparently occurred on a recently renewed straight section. So, you know, everything has been serviced, everything is new, yet something went terribly wrong.
It's really scary, isn't it?
It's scary and it's sad. The second train incident we've seen in the last number of weeks as well, which is even more concerning.
Yes, of course, because there was just one recently in
Thailand, yeah.
There's one in Thailand, yes.
Yes, in Thailand, yeah, absolutely right. What I find really sad about all of this, Jono, is Rawi's just explaining it was on a straight track. No safety mechanism seemed to kick into place, you know, which is quite interesting because everyone's saying that if something is wrong with the train, almost a stop button, like a safety mechanism kicks in.
Yeah.
That never happened. it seems to be a little bit of the unknown now, which must be unnerving for people getting on trains and people whose family was involved in that.
Well, and obviously there's now the follow-on from that, which means that, yeah, there'll be scrutiny of the rail system and the security behind that. The signalling technology, that will be checked by the government. The operational oversight that this may or may not have been. But as Rawi said, it could be something that is as simple as an obstruction that was on the track, that was not observed beforehand, which would have meant the signalling failure on that part. And the government are going to work on that. They said that their exact priority right now is, and as you can imagine, in the order of the deceased family, other members who were on the train, and then to check the investigation of what's gone on, because they've just declared 3 days of mourning as well from Pedro Sanchez. He's cancelled trips abroad to focus on this and respond and go and visit the actual site as well. There's emergency services we saw in the video there that have been mobilised to go to there, but he said there will be full transparency in the investigation when that does take place immediately afterwards. It is too early to blame any one specific thing right now, even though you would think something of this magnitude you'd be able to figure out very quickly what has happened. But their main priority is going to be caring. It's a national tragedy. In Spain, it's a national tragedy. The focus right now is supporting the families of the deceased, then to care for the injured, and finally they will look after what exactly happened and what exactly occurred. And I do hope it's a fully open and transparent case, which we've seen before with the funicular disaster that happened just this year. We've seen a similar investigation taking place because of that.
Actually going to China, where the government has released new economic and demographic numbers for 2025. The latest data shows the country hit its target of 5% GDP growth, but China's population has once again declined, adding to Beijing's ongoing demographic problems. Our correspondent Young David has the story.
Once known for its blooming population, China now faces a new demographics problem. Since 2022, the country's birth rate has dropped consistently. Today, the central government announced another year of population decline.
The number of births for the whole year was 7.92 million, with a birth rate of 5.63 per thousand. The number of deaths was 11.31 million, with a death rate of 8.04 per thousand. The natural population growth rate was minus 2.41 per thousand.
For Beijing, it's a crisis waiting to happen. Analysts warn demographics issues will impact its economy. By 2040, the European Central Bank says low fertility could cut GDP growth by 0.3%. In response, Beijing has rolled out new policies, cutting the cost of childbirth and making marriage registration easier. A win for wedding dress shop owners like Chen Juan.
In 2025, the government introduced a policy allowing couples to register their marriage in a different location from their hometowns. This makes getting married more convenient for young people.
For others, government help has not gone far enough. New data shows China's birth rates dropped to a record low in 2025. The biggest problem for many, the price tag. Despite increasing government support, China is the second most expensive place to raise a child in the world.
If you don't have sufficient financial conditions to get married, then even if you force two people to be together, life will not be good. From my child's own perspective, he feels he doesn't currently have the financial ability to support a girlfriend, let alone children.
Boosted by its exports, China today also announced it had hit its 5% GDP growth target. But experts warn for growth to continue. China's population must start to grow as well. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Jono, just fascinating there, listening to that report, basically for China's economy to keep growing, its birth rate needs to keep going, and 5% of GDP compared to European economies is pretty remarkable. But what's the reason behind this falling birth rate in China?
So you got a mix of things. You got culture and you got confidence and cost. So 3 C's that come into play on this one. Raising your kid in China, like we just heard there, is expensive. Urban life is kind of discouraging for larger families or for anything more than one child. It's discouraging to live in that kind of an environment. And younger people are delaying, or in fact rejecting altogether the concept of marriage, or delaying their marriage until much later, and therefore fertility now becomes the main problem. So the government incentives are probably at the margins of this as well, but they don't fix the deeper issues, the housing costs, the job insecurity, the work-life balance, and there is a hangover from the one-child policy, which does not seem to have gone away, which you've an entire generation, for 35 years the one-child policy was in place, you've an entire generation who just up until 10 years ago, when the two-child policy was brought into place, and I think 10 years ago maybe the three-child policy is only a couple of years old, so they've got this legacy whereby having more than one child was something that was frowned upon and in fact was not allowed. So you've got that to contend with for an entire generation who are now of childbearing age, where they will think, well, I'm not going to have any more than one child if I'm going to have any kids whatsoever. So there's a combination of those factors coming into play, which means that China is now suffering. I don't think they envisaged this being an issue, certainly with their aging demographic. And as we heard, we're seeing half the level of births versus the amount of deaths. So it's the math ain't mathin' there, so to speak, for Chinese point of view. So that's why they're going to need to do something quick. The cost of sending a child to school and bringing them from birth age right the way through to 18 is approximately, for most of your average Chinese family, about $75,000. That increases to around $130,000 in Shanghai or Beijing. And your lower areas, your lower cost rural areas, are something more in the region of $42,000. So there's a massive discrepancy between those, where you'll see Beijing and Shanghai have close to zero birth rate in the very near future.
Actually, just talking about how low the birth rates, this is the fourth year in a row that the birth rates are lower than death rates. And if the country continues like this, apparently the estimates are that it will lose half of its population by the year 2100. So this is a serious problem for China now.
Yeah, and it's fascinating, you know, because we talk about the Chinese economy at the moment, and it is growing, not at the pace that it was previously, but it's still booming. But now you've got that disparity where you've got so many older people.
Yeah.
You don't have young people, and it's costing the young people a lot to pay for the care of the old people, because the structure of the older people going to live with their families in China no longer exists anymore, because they had one child because of the one-child policy, and people have travelled and just decided to have careers, and things have
That's
changed.
true, which means that the seniors of the country, who are in numbers growing, are kind of a burden to the state, because the state has to take care of them rather than their own family in the regular family structure that we used to see in China and we see elsewhere in the world. Yet, I mean, I think that the issue should be, as Jono rightly said, it should be tackling the root causes of this. And root causes are predominantly economic. I mean, if they can make, as we said, it is the second most expensive country to raise a child in. So if they make raising kids more affordable, that could help. If they can make education costs cuts or decrease, that could also help. Fix the housing issue, because it's stopping people from getting married and from having children. Reduce also workplace penalties for women who want to have kids, yet they're being discriminated against. And I think there's a very important factor that we're not touching on, which is the fertility rate. Fertility rate in China is quite low, so as it is in neighboring countries. It's one child per woman, even though their placement rate, which leads to population growth, has to be 2.1 children per woman.
So
this is an issue.
So that's a big issue right now. So what incentives are they putting in to try to sort of encourage this birth rate to go up?
I don't know if this is going to be enough. It's $500 per child. That's currently what's on the
they've done so far.
Yes, they've done so far. But you have to look at something like Raria said. You're looking at, if the university cost is that astronomical, or even second and third level education is costing so much money, I think you're looking at either a highly subsidized or an almost free level of second and third level education.
Yes.
Because $500, based on the stats that we just gave of $130,000 in Shanghai or Beijing, That is nothing. That's
They
going to do
only
nothing.
give it to families with children under the age of 3. So
Yeah, so now you've got this secondary gap where you're thinking, well, what about the kids between
and
3 and
obviously
18?
the cost of raising kids accelerates as they get older.
Has just gone up and up and up. So I think it's a tiny little blip, and again, it's touching the margin, but it's certainly not going to make a massive difference to anyone who's already got a child who is after giving birth just recently. That's not going to even touch the sides.
Because if you don't have your next child pretty soon, you're going to be not have the subsidy for the child over 3. And it's just...
And I mean, things like giving extra maternity leaves for women, I don't think is going to help
And
much.
I found out just from you to say that there's penalties for women in the workplace when they fall pregnant or if they take maternity leave. There's penalties. Not maternity leave. There is no paternity leave. I didn't know that till today.
Yes, that's the issue. The thing is that the Chinese government has been trying to do things about it. I think they are partially going about it the wrong way. They've introduced a 13% tax on contraceptives. Okay, so that's going to stop people from basically procreating, but at the same time it might increase the risk of sexually transmitted diseases, of HIV positive people, or unwanted pregnancies that will cost the state more to sort out. So yeah, definitely addressing the grassroots issues and reasons is the way to go.
But I also wonder, we talk about things culturally, and I find it quite fascinating because I'm of a certain age, I don't have children, and it's always a conversation. Why didn't you choose to have children, or did you not want children? And I think this is a conversation a lot of women at my age have with each other, and some people chose to live a different life and have that freedom, and because we were able to have that choice in our generation, we probably took it. Where I think before that choice wasn't so clear-cut as it is
to our
now.
mothers and grandmothers, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, if I speak to my mum about it, it was very different. And I wonder if that's like culturally what's happened, because if you think about China, it's been way more exposed to Western cultures. Lots of things have changed in the world. So I think globally birth rates are down so much. And that's why Elon Musk keeps on saying why he's having so many children.
He's doing us all a service. Yeah.
Well, we can say something, at least in the Arab world,
Yes.
the number of children per household has definitely gone down. I don't have exact numbers,
Yes.
but in different countries and across different classes of society.
100%. Even
definitely among the more educated.
Yeah,
the
I
more
think it's a mix of things, and Netflix probably helps. But again, my dad is from a family of 13 brothers and sisters, which is wild. Again,
Mine
there was
a family of 9.
no TV, I guess. Yeah, exactly. But I think that's become, socioeconomically speaking, at least, it seemed to have been much easier to provide for kids back then than it is now. That's number one. Number two, I think, is we're more educated than that. It may not be a great idea to bring 13 kids into the world and not be entirely sure if we've got the space for them. And then, and this is a lot of my friends will say this, they don't necessarily know if they want to bring a kid into the world that we currently live in, given everything that's going on.
And uncertainty.
I have a question about this, actually. It's just a personal question. Is the world so much worse than it used to be, or are we just more aware and everything is polarized and advertised because of the type of media we have at our disposal, which is social media? While, I mean, during the time of the Second World War, the First World War, I don't think the world was any better than it is now.
No, I think we're more educated about it now, and we feel that there's more injustices in the world than there was before, even if that may not necessarily be true. And I think we just make more rational decisions based upon the opinions we currently form from what we see on social media. I think, yeah, you're right. I think that's probably the main difference, is the fact that we can now see everything, whereas before we might have been blind, or we may have been pigeonholed towards just seeing what we can see in front of us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
we stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, after walking back threats to seize Greenland by force, President Trump says he has reached a framework for a deal on the Danish autonomous territory. We ask, what's the scope of this deal? And President Trump launches the Board of Peace, which was initially designed to build on the ceasefire in Gaza, but which he says could have a wider role in addressing challenges beyond Gaza. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US President Donald Trump has been taking centre stage this week at Davos. This in the context of threats to take Greenland by force. Well, he's now ruled this out, as well as making it clear that military force to take Greenland is off the table. President Trump has also dropped the idea of imposing new tariffs on his EU allies. Instead, he says the US is now looking at a possible deal on Greenland. Well, President Trump's sharp rhetoric on Greenland has shifted significantly after talks with the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte, who, for this very reason, is now being dubbed the Trump Whisperer. Well, speaking on the sidelines of Davos, Rutte praised the US president, saying he was very happy to have President Trump as leader. Let's take a listen.
You can always take Donald Trump at his word. That is why I really think we are very glad to have him. And I commend him for his leadership. He is the leader of the free world, and he is doing what I would love for a leader of the free world to do. And I knew that he would do it because I knew him from Trump 45 when I was Prime Minister. And I already was impressed by what he was doing. And he is doing it again, saving NATO at the summit in The Hague. And now basically making sure that collectively as NATO, we will make sure that the Arctic is safe. The most important thing is not the internal decision making. It is that we protect the Arctic region, implementing the President's vision that we need a safe Arctic region.
Well, we're joined now by Carla Sands, a former US ambassador to Denmark and Greenland and the Faroe Islands under President Trump. She joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ambassador Sands. It's been a very eventful few days. President Trump says there's now a new framework with NATO on Arctic security. We heard the president saying yesterday the US will not use force to take Greenland. Some are calling this a dramatic reversal on the part of the president. Is that how you see it?
Well, none of us know the details of the deal except for President Trump and his team, and probably, the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who's been really a hero in this negotiation. I think he's really calmed everyone down. But President Trump has been really clear about the threats to the region and the fact that Denmark just doesn't have the capacity and never will to defend or develop this region. I'm talking about Greenland and then those giant seas, the GI-UK gap, Greenland, Iceland, and the UK. Because Denmark also has the Faroe Islands that are over near the Scottish Shetland Islands. So those giant seas where Denmark doesn't have the capacity or the ability to know what's above, on, and below the water. And the United States, we have the resources to be able to make sure that area we have knowledge, and then we have the ability to defend it, because all that trade, more than $1 trillion worth of trade, goes between the US and the EU every year. And, if you had an issue with an adversary controlling Greenland, they could do things like China's doing in the South China Sea, where they're obstructing the freedom of navigation. And when it comes to defense, naval vessels have to be able to go back and forth in the North Atlantic as well. So they would be affected. And then Greenland is part of the new Golden Dome, kind of like Israel's Iron Dome, but the 21st century version. And it uses Alaska and Greenlandic points to help organize or build out the hundreds of billions of dollars that President Trump plans to invest in the Golden Dome in order to secure our homeland.
OK, so it sounds like you're aligned with the president in terms of how you view Greenland as being strategically an extremely important place. There is the 1951 Greenland Defense Agreement that I'm sure you know all about. And the United States obviously had, a number of bases at one point on Greenland. Today it has just one, the Patuxent base, which has about 200 US troops in it. And I'm wondering why, if the threat is so serious, the US hasn't reopened some of the shuttered bases it already has and perhaps deployed more and asked NATO to deploy more than 200 troops, which doesn't seem like a very large number.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. So those are American soldiers and a few Danes up in Patuxent Space Base, and a few Greenlanders too that work there. And I visited more than once. But there is an early warning radar system in the north of Greenland. But the fact is that it's not the United States taxpayers' responsibility to invest and defend another country's sovereign territory. In Article 3 of the NATO Charter, every NATO ally has to have the ability to defend their own territory. And then Article 5, come to the defense of the others. So Denmark has never had the ability to defend Greenland. So they've been in violation of Article 3 of the NATO Charter from the very beginning and have continued to, in spite of their protests. And the European NATO allies should be really excited and positive about this, because this affects their security too. Like I laid out, with naval vessels and military planes being able to pass back and forth between the US and our European NATO allies. That couldn't happen if an adversary controlled that airspace and that sea space. So it is really important. President Trump is really working to get the Western Hemisphere into a better condition. And it's been neglected by presidents on both sides of the aisle for decades. If you see what happened with for example, in Venezuela, with Iran setting up shop and really having great power in Venezuela, having Hezbollah terror training camps, and then infecting like a cancer countries around it. You see what's happened in Colombia and Brazil, for example. So President Trump is working to root out enemy actions by countries that have been bad actors in Venezuela, like I mentioned Iran, but also China and Russia. They, to have bases in South America from an adversarial nation it's a bad thing. It's bad for all of the Western Hemisphere. But the United States, we should never have allowed that to happen. President Trump is securing the Western Hemisphere. That's why when you hear about Canada, the Canadian Prime Minister turning to China rather than the U.S., just to give the middle finger to President Trump, like, why do that unless it's for an internal audience? But I don't think so. I think it is his pivot. But he has a $60 billion trade deficit with China and a $35 billion trade surplus with the United States. So letting those electric cars from China into Canada, 50,000 of them, it's going to be very bad for the Canadian auto industry. Just look at what it's done, those BYD cars into Europe and to Germany. I just spoke with German parliamentarians yesterday, and it's devastated some of their car manufacturers. So President Trump is looking at the whole Western Hemisphere, north, south, east, and west. And he is, unlike, we had an earlier doctrine called the Monroe Doctrine, and some people call it the Donroe Doctrine. I really think it's the new Trump doctrine. He is the peace president, and he's working on getting peace and order around the world, and especially in our U.S. hemisphere.
Okay, I mean, returning our focus to Greenland more specifically.
Sure.
Do you think that now that President Trump has said, right, the use of military force is off the table, there seems to have been a rethinking of the tariffs being imposed on the 8 European countries that oppose the whole idea of Greenland being taken over. Do you think that means the idea of sovereignty over Greenland has been put to one side as a whole, and that President Trump is showing all the signs of perhaps wanting to work within the existing framework that we were talking about earlier that does allow for additional bases and additional troops, whether they're American or NATO troops? Do you think that's the direction he's decided now to go in?
Well, I think we'll have to wait to see what they reveal to us. And it's only a framework right now. But you're right. He has said he is not going to impose those tariffs on February 1st. That's a win for those allies that sent like onesies, twosies troops to Greenland just to, I'll show him. Like, rather than pick up the phone and say, let's talk and let's make a plan, they were sort of like being very obstinate, but in a in a not productive way. So, I mean, that's not good diplomacy. Good diplomacy are President Trump's threat of tariffs and then the walk back as we proceed to a framework that's good for everybody. The European allies, if they could just, I would say, follow the example of President Trump, it probably goes for many world leaders, just to make sure that they put their own citizens first, that they secure their borders, they control their immigration, they have cheap and abundant energy for their people and the businesses in their country. And then they have a credible defense so that they're strong allies. I mean, there's nothing surprising or negative about that. That's in President Trump's administration's national security strategy that anybody can read. It's online and it's really in plain English. And it kind of talks about why he's doing what he's doing.
Do you think there was some surprise in Washington about the scale and the intensity of the outcry with regards to Greenland's sovereignty by the Europeans and others?
I don't think there was a surprise. I think that was a big shock to a lot of people. And when he said we have the framework, it's like the temperature in the room just went to normal immediately. People were like wiping sweat off their foreheads. The European parliamentarians were so relieved and happy, and certainly the European politicians. So President Trump will work in this framework, and I'm sure he's going to bring in all of the influential leaders. But I think his example of being strong leaders and of substance and putting that security first, because if those European leaders had just looked at the facts that Greenland wasn't secure, that it was really open season, that Greenlanders and Denmark, because they're responsible for the security there, they had no awareness of some of these ports into Greenland. I mean, they just didn't. They don't have the personnel and there's just nobody there. So people and things could come in and out without awareness. And I think that's probably one of the reasons that when I was there, they acknowledged that they had a drug problem. I mean, it's an island, but it's only 57,000 people or so. And how would that be? Well, there must have been some smuggling coming in. So what else is coming in and who else is there? And, what are they up to? So, and I will just acknowledge it's not just about the island. It's also about the seas around the island. And the fact that China and Russia have this no holds barred, this pact of military cooperation, and they'll be doing more Arctic exercises together. And the fact that Russia has more militarization in the Arctic than any country by far. They have more than 40 icebreakers, and some of them have missiles on them. So they're working with China. China's gaining more skills. And China wrote a paper in 2018 called the Polar Silk Road, where they claimed the right to the wealth in the Arctic. 40% of it, they said, we have a big population. We're a near Arctic nation. We claim the ownership of 40% of what's under the earth and in the sea in the Arctic. And they're not a near Arctic nation. There's no such thing. So there are threats, and there are rising threats and challenges in the Arctic, especially with the proximity to this very militarized, gigantic Russian coast.
Ambassador Sands, I mean, you were based in Copenhagen for a couple of years. And I'm just wondering, knowing Denmark and the leadership and the structure of leadership as you do, what do you think the mood and the scene has been in the corridors of power in Copenhagen these last 10 days or so?
Well, I do know the situation, and I met with Greenlanders, and I met with the Greenlandic representative and the Danish ambassador recently, met with at the White House. So I do know the issues and the people, and they were absolutely, I mean, it was a catastrophe for them. For the Danes, because they want to be an Arctic nation, it makes them a player, even though they're a tiny country. For the Greenlanders, because the Danes sadly had been gaslighting the Greenlanders that the United States is bad and it's a threat. And we had, when the first Trump administration ended, we had a wonderful relationship with Greenland. I had reestablished diplomatic ties after 67 years of not having them with Greenland. With the help of the White House and the interagency, I'd put a consulate in Greenland, gotten a Coast Guard billet for Arctic security. So we had done a lot to secure the region as we could from a nation, not an owner, but from outside. And to see what the Danes have done to the Greenlanders is really sad. It'll take, I think, some time to heal those wounds of a psyop. I mean, people can be gaslighted, and that's what happened. So there was a lot of tension on the Danish side. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day what this all looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the benefit of hindsight just yet. It's barely been a couple of hours.
Hours.
It's quite interesting to hear, how this has played out politically in the United States. And, I know the opinion polls that I saw didn't make Greenland look like a particularly popular issue amongst the US electorate. Maybe you've seen some different polls. But I think Governor Gavin Newsom, the California governor, who is obviously an opponent politically of President Trump, says that President Trump has destroyed 80 years of alliances. And I wonder whether you think there's some truth to that, or whether you think this is just partisan rhetoric.
Well, certainly President Trump's approach to diplomacy is not anything like the European approach. He is a very brash man. There's no question. He would admit that. But the fact is he gets results, and the Europeans talk about things but don't do a lot, especially to benefit their people. Gavin Newsom I think he really embarrassed himself even by going to Davos, because he didn't get a chance to speak. And there's a kind of a rule in the United States. It says that politics ends at the water's edge. And that means if there's there's always a US president. The US president sets the nation's foreign policy, and you're not supposed to badmouth whoever's in office. So, if I'm in another country and there's an opposition president, say Joe Biden, I'm not going to criticize him openly or belittle the policies, only in the way of educating people for information, but not to criticize and undermine a sitting U.S. president. Every American citizen, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, should want the U.S. president to succeed, because that helps our country succeed. And so that he would do that really violates the rule of politics stops at the water's edge.
Were there audible voices within the ranks of the GOP these last few days, perhaps urging a dialing down of the rhetoric and perhaps stepping back from the brink? Because it did sound at one stage, and we spoke to a Danish MP earlier in the week who said, it could very well now end up on the battlefield. We will have bloodshed. There will be soldiers killed on both sides. And he seemed extremely saddened by that whole idea. Were there voices in the GOP expressing discontent and opposition to this whole project?
So just let's talk about that for a minute. Can you imagine a sitting member of parliament talking about going to war, this small country, 6 million people, with the United States, rather than their Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, picking up the phone and talking to the U.S. president, who's actually talking about the issues? She never in a whole year picked up the phone to talk to Donald Trump. Instead, she went around Europe and talked to these, they don't seem strong, these kind of weak leaders. They still don't have credible defenses, most of them, to say, oh, America bad, won't you back me? Rather than sitting down with him and starting to talk. That would have been strong leadership. She's a good prime minister for Danes because they like her policy. She spends a lot on their social welfare plans, like free college, free healthcare, free childcare. They like that. And they want the money spent on themselves. So they pay high taxes. So she does a really good job internally, not so much externally. She doesn't understand, I think, foreign diplomacy very well. But now she's going to learn. The Danes, they should have been talking to the United States. This is a tiny economy, a very small population, 6 million people. They're great people, and they've been great NATO allies, but they didn't know the moment. They didn't meet the moment. This was an issue that if the Europeans and Danes had looked at NATO and making NATO stronger, it makes perfect sense, as Mark Rutte said, for U.S. to control and defend Greenland. This is very important. NATO is, for now, it's not capable of winning a war without the U.S. So it has to be that the U.S. controls Greenland. The Greenlanders said to me very openly, look, if the U.S. doesn't invest in our country, we're going to look to China because money has no color. They didn't care where the investment comes from. They only cared about investment. They want to be developed. And Denmark, in spite of being asked to build a road between two small towns in Greenland, it would be the first road between two towns. Denmark declined to build that road and fund it for the Greenlanders. So they have no interest or capacity to develop Greenland. And Greenlanders really, they were looking for that.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador Sands, I mean, there's been some really striking rhetoric the last few days. I mean, world leaders calling each other stupid or irrelevant, things we're not necessarily used to hearing. We heard from Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, saying the old order is not coming back. That's what he said at Davos. We heard the EU Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, saying that we're going to need greater European independence, she said. Do you think we're going to have a swift return to something resembling business as usual, or do you think there's going to be some lasting damage from this chapter?
Well, I think that it's a change in the order. And let me explain what I mean. The European countries, post-war, they were all very poor and devastated. The United States, our taxpayers rebuilt Europe. We invested in Europe. We didn't make them vassal states. We just did it because we're good. And then we invested in defense for them. We built NATO. We created it. We helped create the EU. And it was actually to make sure that they had energy that they needed. Flash forward, they're now in the EU trying to weaken the nation state, each nation state in Europe. But in the national security strategy that the Trump administration released in November of 2025, they explicitly state, please support the nation state and the sovereignty of each nation. Each nation's culture is precious. Protect the culture, protect your rule of law, protect your citizens and your borders, protect your security, make sure you have abundant energy. I mentioned these things earlier in our discussion, but they are key because the goal of the leadership in the EU, the European Commission, is to weaken the sovereignty of these countries. And so what you hear, the noise you hear, are these leaders that are trying to oppose President Trump and his goals. They have a net zero agenda. They like the uncontrolled immigration. They're allowing it and forcing it. And that's why they fine countries like Hungary $1 million a day for keeping out illegal immigrants from cultures that don't share their values. I saw that the UAE just recently banned their students from going to study in the UK because they don't want them to be radicalized by these radical Islamists who promote terrorism in the UK, on UK soil. They're immigrants that have been allowed to come in and preach teachings that are opposed to civilization, at least peaceful civilization and coexistence. So if you see what's happening in the EU and how they're putting people in prison for social media posts and things like that, when they have laws that say that there's freedom of speech, putting them in prison for criticizing elected leaders, like they have new laws in Germany, you can see that there's a loss of the European pact. The United States, we're birthed out of Europe and the UK. Our religion, our values, even our Constitution, many of the ideas come from European values and philosophy, and even back to ancient Greece and Rome. So it's a beautiful, multi-millennia unfolding of the values and freedoms that the United States has and that we have shared historically with Europe. The Trump administration in that national security strategy is really asking them to reinforce what we share so that they remain strong allies in the future. I think it's a love letter to Europe. So, I think that it will be healed, I hope. And I hope that they will follow in some ways, maybe not the rhetoric, but in some of the ways that he's rebuilding our country and reindustrializing, because Europe, their economy used to be almost on par with the United States, but over the decades, because of bad policy, overregulation, bad energy policy, they've really fallen way behind the United States. And we want them to catch up and be strong so that we're all stronger together.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on
Great
the programme. Ambassador Carla Sands, thank you so much. Well, we're joined now by João Valle de Almeida, who is a former EU ambassador to the US, the United Nations and the United Kingdom. He joins us from Brussels. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. From a European perspective, what has the Greenland episode of the last few days revealed, do you think?
Well, you know, we have had a rocky 12 months since Mr. Trump's second inauguration, but the last few weeks have been particularly difficult. I would say that I think a few lines have been crossed for two reasons. One is Greenland, and the other one is also, attempts on and clear statements from the United States sort of meddling into European internal domestic political affairs. And these two lines are important lines because the Greenland one has to do with territorial integrity, sovereignty of EU country, Denmark, and also Greenland. So these were tough moments, and they do not contribute to strengthen the transatlantic alliance. On the contrary.
How seriously do you think this whole episode has shaken European confidence in Washington?
I think trust is a key commodity in international relations, as you may understand, and particular among friends and allies and partners like we are, members of NATO, members of the G7, and the European leaders are meeting tonight here in Brussels to assess the situation against the background of recent events. And importantly, this should not distract us from our main priority in terms of security, which is the situation in Ukraine and the aggression from Russia. So on all grounds, the issue of Greenland was not a very inspirational one, to put it this way, and in my view, detrimental to quality of our relationship. Hopefully we will find an outcome which is balanced and acceptable by all.
Do you think Europe could have handled this perhaps a bit differently? Do you think some lessons have been learned? Perhaps Europe could have reacted earlier, louder, put on a more united front? Do you think have been learnt, or is it too early to tell?
I think we are learning the right lessons to some of what has been said from Washington. And we made a trade deal in July. We have accommodated a number of points. We have shown capacity to try to understand where Mr. Trump is coming from. But as I said earlier, the recent weeks and European leaders are reacting in the last few days. I think we were very clear saying there is a red line here. Partners don't challenge territorial integrity of other partners. Partners don't challenge the sovereignty in a forceful way, I would say. And maybe this has something to do with the fact that the president has backtracked on his initial threats and initial assumptions. And my hope is that we can find now a good balanced outcome from this unfortunate episode.
How do you think Moscow and Beijing viewed this whole saga?
I mean, if you consider that a united West, a united front between Europeans and Americans is the last thing that maybe people want in Moscow or Beijing, you can conclude that they would be happy with allies, Western allies, having this kind of discussions and this kind of disputes or misunderstandings, to put it mildly. So I don't think what happened around Greenland or what happened around American comments on European internal affairs helps in any way the Western alliance. It may be welcomed by other capitals, and the ones you mentioned comes top of my mind.
I mean, it can't be a coincidence that China issued this message this week of stability and predictability being key aspects to the relationships that it sought to create with European powers. Do you think China is now going to become a more attractive country for EU nations? The UK is not in the EU any longer, but do you think perhaps that's a sign of the times and perhaps of a sense of re-evaluating the relationship with Beijing?
I normally like to say that the last thing Europeans want is to be forced to choose between the United States and China. But we need the United States to help us avoid that kind of situation. And recently, the US has not helped us making a very clear choice in terms of privileging the relationship with the United States. This being said, I don't see any signs that Europe is going to throw itself into the arms of our Chinese friends. What we want is to have a balanced relationship with China. We have our issues, very serious issues on trade, on intellectual property, on the respect for rules. We have an issue with their support to Russia and the support on the war effort in Ukraine. And so there are serious issues between the two of us. But on the other side, we recognize that the economic relationship, the trade relationship is important. So I would expect European leaders to try to have a balanced relationship with China that does not eliminate the tension that we have in a number of areas, but on the other hand, that tries to look for cooperation in economic affairs. And of course, if we see on the US side, and I hope we will not see this, but if the trend is one towards some tension on the economic front, on the technological front, on the trade front, and even on the political front, as the case of Greenland highlights, I think there would be a risk that some of our member states will think, rather turn ourselves elsewhere. I hope that won't happen. I hope that we are able to keep a very strong transatlantic alliance. I think the world needs that. The world benefits from that. Is a factor of stability if it works well, and I hope it will work better.
One of the stars of the week, and I don't know if you'd agree with my assessment, some are saying is the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Rutte, who's played a central role in diffusing this crisis. Some are calling him the Trump whisperer, and he's had to walk a very unenviable tightrope. I just wondered how you think he's performed, and do you think there is an argument that NATO, despite some bruises and some slight sense of humiliation in some capitals around Europe, NATO has emerged from all of this stronger?
I think NATO is key for European security, for transatlantic security. I think it's key for the security of the world, for the stability of the world. So it's a positive actor and a positive factor in creating stability, global stability. So in my view, what we need to do is to strengthen NATO, not weaken NATO. And the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, has a key role to play. He's in a very difficult position when you have inside the alliance the kind of discussions that we had around Greenland. I don't know the details of the plan that is supposed to be agreed to have been agreed by President Trump, but I can imagine that we all share the principle and the concern about the security in the Arctic region. Because of climate change, there are new access that has been created across the Arctic region, and that can have a security dimension. Greenland is on the way of that, so it's normal that we all care about Arctic security. We've been working on that. I hope that the agreement that has been reached goes in the direction of saying that NATO will invest more in the security of the Arctic, that member states on both sides of the Atlantic will invest, and that will create conditions for a better security context in the Arctic. If that is the case, and I hope that will be the case, NATO will come out reinforced, and the United States security will be strengthened by that. That is my sort of benign, positive outcome of this Greenland saga. I hope we are not going towards less good and less optimal solutions. In that case, replying to your question, if that is the outcome, then I would say that the Secretary General has done a good job.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, it's very difficult to ask for sort of longer term perspectives on this whole episode, given that we're still in the same week that all of this has happened. But how do you think people will look back on this episode in the future? Do you think it might be viewed at some point as being a turning point for the West?
I think it could be a turning point if our friends in America understand that they cannot push too hard and too far in terms of their positions. And that's why I say that a few lines have been crossed. I hope they will not be crossed again. And I hope our friends in America understand that Europe is a key ally of the United States, but it has to be respected and it has to be part of solutions and not be seen as a part of the problem. If that is the outcome, I'm optimistic. It may be a turning point from that point of view, and I hope we will not come back to situations in which key elements of our relationship are challenged, like, as I said, the internal affairs of the EU and the sovereignty and territorial of our member states or associated territories.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Now, earlier this week, as European leaders were grappling with President Trump's sharp rhetoric on Greenland, guests at the inaugural anniversary of Republicans for National Renewal sliced up and served... Well, we're joined now by Miles Pomper, who is a senior fellow at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. He joins us now from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. What, in your opinion, was this whole Greenland...
interests, and then there's political stagecraft. And I think it was a combination of those three. It's not clear to me that you needed any of this drama to get what appears to be the outlines of the framework of a deal that President Trump and Secretary General Rutte agreed upon. So I think some of this was Trump making a case to his domestic audience that he's standing up for American interests, particularly for his base. You notice this all happened around the time of the 1-year anniversary of his inauguration. And then I think there are real security issues. I mean, the Arctic is an increasingly important area. Russia and China are showing a lot of interest in the area. There are missile defense issues and so on. But a lot of this could have been negotiated quietly between the United States and Denmark and with NATO allies.
Right, and I think what confused a lot of commentators and NATO allies was the fact that NATO exists precisely so that things can be discussed in a closed forum. There was already the provision for US troops to be deployed to Greenland if needed. They already have a base there, and they've closed down other bases and drawn down troops. There are only 200 US troops in Greenland. So if security is such a big issue, it raises the question, why weren't more US bases reopened? why weren't more US military resources deployed to Greenland to protect it? Wouldn't that have been the preferable course of action?
It would have made a lot more sense to me to do that first. I think part of this is, in addition to the bases there's a very important radar based in Greenland that's used in the missile defense system. So as the United States and the Trump administration moves towards the so-called Golden Dome system, there may be more presence there. There's certainly going to be a need to defend that radar site with air defenses, and maybe they don't want to negotiate over each additional base. I mean, the current agreement has particular territories that are marked out for the United States. And maybe they thought, well, let's just, claim the whole island. There's not that many people there. But it's a very crude way of doing things. The other issue, I think, is that there are a lot of minerals that appear to be buried under the ice in Greenland, particularly rare earths, which are very important in the national security sector. And the Denmark, as a pretty green environmental country, has not been inclined to exploit a lot of those resources. So the outlines of the particular deal that seem to be emerging, and there's nothing finalized, so this is all based on press reports and so on, is that the U.S. would have the right of first refusal for any assets there. So if the Danes or other could not sell the assets to China and Russia in particular. So, China right now dominates the rare earths market. And this is a real problem for the U.S. military. So this is one consideration there, I think.
Right. And, with regards to finding a face-saving solution to this standoff, and, we've already mentioned the fact that there is the framework for a deal, although we don't know much about the details of that deal. But there is a model that could be found, and some commentators have been talking about the Cyprus model, which is where the British have bases on Cyprus, which are designated as British sovereign territory. Could that same model be applied to Greenland, where US bases are designated as US sovereign territory, and therefore there is something to show for this whole standoff?
Yes, that's certainly an option, and it apparently was discussed among military officers. I mean, in the end, it's whatever the two countries can negotiate, right? So if Denmark is willing to do that, then I'm sure the Trump administration would claim that as a victory and move on, hopefully. At least I would hope that. I would say the other model, a similar model that the U.S. actually has is the Guantanamo naval base in Cuba, which is U.S. sovereign territory, which, despite our very tense relationship with Cuba, the United States has been able to keep that base for 100 years. So there are precedents for this. And maybe they don't want to have part of the current agreement says that, anytime you make a major infrastructure or troop deployments, you have to get Denmark to agree. So maybe that's also part of it, a little more flexibility and maybe a little more secrecy, frankly, not necessarily from the Danes so much as this information might leak to the Russians and others. So if you had sovereignty, you wouldn't have to inform other people about what's going on.
Okay. This has been a major crisis for NATO. And you mentioned Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, at the beginning. And I just wondered how you thought he'd played his cards, how skillfully you think he's played his cards, given this extremely unenviable tightrope that he's had to walk.
I think he's done a marvelous job and really deserves a lot of commendation. It's not, the first time he's had to be sort of the Trump whisperer. If you recall, in the first Trump administration, there was actually a meeting at which Trump told the heads of state gathered for a summit, including the former Secretary General, that he wanted to pull the United States out of NATO. And Rutte was, at that point, was the Dutch prime minister, was actually very instrumental, according to Secretary General Stoltenberg, in proposing a solution. So he and Trump have managed to develop a relationship going back to Trump's first term, where Trump seems to trust him. And that's very important. And that's been very important for the alliance because obviously this is an issue that threatened to tear it apart. So he deserves a lot of kudos for what he's been able to pull off.
A lot has happened in the last week or so. We've had exchanges of threats and insults amongst allies. And, you know, some are talking about the reboot of post-1945 norms. I just wonder whether you think, you know, Gavin Newsom says that 80 years of alliances have been destroyed in the blink of an eye, or words to that effect. But how much do you think trust and credibility in the United States has been lost in that circle of key allies?
I think there's certainly declining trust and confidence, not only among the leaders themselves, but among the publics in those countries. And trust is the coin of the realm in this situation. If you look at the most existential issue for the allies, the U.S. nuclear guarantee, as part of Article 5, that the U.S. will use its nuclear weapons to defend countries in Europe from a Russian attack, particularly, depends entirely on trust. I mean, it's a very risky venture if you think about it. We're going to, you know, if there's not a direct attack on the United States, we're still going to defend our allies and threaten nuclear retaliation and a retaliation on U.S. citizens in return for any kind of Russian attack on NATO allies. So that's a very risky and situation that depends a lot on trust. And if I were Russia or others, I'd have less credibility, invest less credibility in the U.S. guarantee at this point. That's very worrisome.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Miles Pomper, Senior Fellow at the James Martin Centre for Non-Proliferation Studies. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Turning our attention now to Gaza. And the US President Donald Trump has launched what he's called the Board of Peace. This happened at a special signing ceremony in Davos. Well, the body will be used to resolve international conflicts, and permanent membership of the board comes with a $1 billion US price tag. Well, amongst those invited to join, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, this has drawn some criticism, given that Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court, which issued an arrest warrant over the war in Gaza. Well, the Board of Peace was announced as part of Phase 2 of the ceasefire with Hamas, aimed at ending the war in Gaza. But President Trump has gone even further, suggesting that the body could be used to resolve other international conflicts. Well, to talk to us more about this Board of Peace, we're joined now by Dr. Jamal Abdel-Jawad, who is a Senior Fellow at the Al-Ahram Center for Strategic Studies in Cairo. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Dr. Abdel-Jawad. Do you think this new Board of Peace is going to deliver results?
We have, I think, somewhat two different things. We have peace in Gaza as a peace plan that was agreed upon in Sharm el-Sheikh and was further internationally legitimated by the UN Security Council in a resolution, Security Council resolution. In the resolution, there is a mention of the Board of Peace. Now we see the Board of Peace is taking shape, is forming. The question here is that the link between the peace plan on the one hand in Gaza, that is mainly an American plan. America is taking the leadership in implementing this plan, and there are slow, but there are progress happening there day by day. And on the other hand, we have the board, which is declared today. How the board is going to work, how it's going to influence the implementation of the peace plan in Gaza is not really clear. So people in the Middle East are hopeful that the United States will continue to take the leadership in implementing the Gaza peace plan without allowing the complication and the uncertainty about the makeup and the functions of the peace board to negatively affect the possibilities of success in Gaza.
It was interesting looking at what happened in Davos today. And one of the striking images for me was the President of America's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, showing what the new Gaza could look like. I don't know if you saw those pictures, but they seem to be framing this as being a real estate issue as much as anything else. And I'm wondering whether you think this fresh thinking and these fresh ideas to decades-old problems is going to perhaps succeed where previous efforts have not succeeded.
Well, I see the gap between what has been presented today by Mr. Kushner and by the reality on Gaza. It's a completely big gap, and we don't really have a roadmap to take us from the current situation to this really wonderful picture that he presented today. If this is meant to inspire people, fine, but it needs to have credibility. It needs to convince people that this is not just a dream about Gaza, but it's something that is possible. And unfortunately, I don't see a reason to see this particular plan as credible. Maybe we have now a little more certainty about the future of Hamas, the future of Hamas weapons, how Hamas position in the future of Gaza will look like. Things are getting clear day by day. But turning Gaza into this wonderful real estate project, it's really looks like rather illusion rather than something that can really happen.
Okay, let's talk about the executive leadership of this Board of Peace. There are people on it like the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, there's the envoy Steve Witkoff, there's Jared Kushner, who we already mentioned, there's former British Prime Minister Sir Tony Blair. I mean, these are a range of different minds with different backgrounds, and, you know, they are fresh in some cases to this very old problem, a decades-old problem. What do you think they bring to the table, that collection of individuals?
Well, it's the function of each of those members of the executive board are somewhat vague, actually. They haven't been specified clearly. So I would argue that it all depends on the kind of leadership that President Trump is going to provide here. Reviewing his presidency along the last year, it is essentially Donald Trump. We can hardly talk about the United States or the administration. It is Donald Trump is shaping the United States policy, is taking the decision, and all other secretaries and officials are standing behind him to implement, to support his vision. Rarely has been a real contribution, as far as I understand, from other participants. I think this is a kind of the type of style of leadership that President Trump is preferring. So perhaps he will be making the calls, and the others will be helping in implementing what he is doing. So instead of wasting energy looking for what kind of input those individuals can bring to the peace process in Gaza, we rather think harder about what is the vision Mr. Trump is having, and because this is where exactly the real question is.
I mean, a lot has changed in the last few days. I mean, things seem to be moving so quickly around the world these days. But on Saturday, Israel sounded quite unenthusiastic about this board and the composition of some of the boards that were being announced to address the issue of Gaza. They seem to suggest that some of the names on some of the boards hadn't been run by Israel and they were not coordinated. Why do you think Israel was hesitant about this board to begin with?
Let me put it this way. It's not only Israel. I think all parties to the conflict in the Middle East have some reason to feel uncomfortable about this entire plan and the structure. But being uncertain, being at unease about it is not enough to make him not cooperative. So they are cooperating reluctantly in a way. This applies to Israel and applies to others. Each side has his own doubts about this. And each side tried to focus on what really matters to him. For Israel, the presence in this structure of the certain states, particularly Turkey and Qatar, is alarming. They perceived in Israel as hostile government. So Israel don't want to give him a say in the future of Gaza. But it is very costly for the government of Israel to explicitly contradict or refuse to cooperate with a plan that is suggested by President Trump. So they will go along. They will try to show that they are cooperating, willing to make things work. Perhaps waiting for the first turn when it gets difficult, maybe to get out or obstruct the entire plan. Other actors in the region have their own doubts about the plan, but the Palestinian, Egypt, and the other Arab states are very hopeful that looking at the nitty-gritty, looking at ceasefire, looking at bringing humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians, focusing on establishing peace and order in Gaza, creating a political situation that is sustainable without an armed Hamas, maybe with a political Hamas. So let us focus on those nitty-gritty issues without looking or let the other dimensions of this really unwell-structured plan to distract us from the opportunities that is already there in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, given the composition of this peace board, I'm just wondering how you think Israel is going to be able to defend some of its positions. For example, Israel objected to the reopening of the Rafah border crossing in both directions. Do you think they'll be able to raise an objection like that in front of this board, given its composition? Do you think they're concerned that previous objections in front of previous forums would have worked, but now in this new structure, it's going to be much harder for them to express objections? Do you think that's one of their concerns?
I agree. It is Israel expressed its concerns, objections in dialogue with the United States, but this was behind closed doors. Now we have a kind of a forum where witnesses are there to any deliberations that Israel is being party to. So it might be difficult for Israel to continue objecting the opening of the Rafah crossing, particularly now the Israeli argument is getting quite weak, actually, because they essentially say that this is now conditioned by the restoring the corpse of the last Israeli soldier that is left in the territory of Gaza. It is something that we can continue trying to implement. Search for this soldier could take weeks. So we and it is all parties are quite serious trying to bring this corpse back to Israel. So there's no to delay the implementation of a peace plan here in Gaza. So I think, yes, it is Israel now in a much difficult position objecting some of the points that Israel used to object in the past.
Okay, and just lastly, do you think this board brings the Palestinians closer in any way to genuine self-determination and an independent state?
Well, it helps, but how close? I'm not sure. It's the distance between restoring peace and Gaza and reconstruction of Gaza and linking that to the West Bank, to the Palestinian Authority, and reforming and actually creating a new Palestinian political system, if I can call it. This is really quite a long way to go. But the positive side here is that, yes, there is a mention of Palestinian statehood. There is a Palestinian right to self-determination in the Security Council resolution that is legitimated this peace plan. So it is, in principle, there is a link, and the link in reality so far is quite weak. So the link is there, but it needs to be further materialized.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jamal Abdel Jawad, Senior Fellow at the Al Ahram Center for Strategic Studies, thank you for joining us today. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making the headlines right now. And joining me today is former Chief of Staff of the White House National Security Council, Alex Gray. Alex, thank you for joining us. Alex, we've been hearing a lot of confusing public signaling on what action President Trump is planning to take on Iran. As a former National Security Council official under President Trump, you have been in those rooms as he was making those decisions. Can you give us some insight on the process? How does President Trump make these history-altering decisions, and what is his management style?
Well, I think the thing that we're noticing here that's being so effective at the current moment with Iran particularly is he does value ambiguity. He does value the fact that the adversary doesn't know what he's going to do. And I think he's done two things which are really, really helping on Iran. One is reestablishing deterrence. So we saw after Ukraine, after the Afghanistan withdrawal that was so disastrous under the Biden administration, the United States was just not taken seriously globally as a great power. And between what he did in Caracas with Maduro, what he's done with Midnight Hammer in Iran, he's restored American deterrence. And then the fact that, as I've heard the president say many times, he believes in the Richard Nixon madman theory of diplomacy. The fact that the adversary doesn't ever know what he's capable of doing gives him tremendous leverage. And so I think he's taking those two things, deterrence and ambiguity, and he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's very interesting insight. And at this point, Trump's repeated warnings have raised expectations among protesters risking their lives. Does the U.S. now have a moral obligation or even a, quote, credibility issue, as some reports indicate Secretary Rubio has stated, to take action against the Iranian government?
Well, I think that the credibility issue I'm not so worried about, because we're already seeing the president leveraging the momentum and the gains that he's made in terms of restoration of deterrence and the strategic ambiguity to have real world impacts on Iranian regime behavior. So we saw today the announcement that the Iranian regime has basically said they're not going to execute 800 protesters. When has the Iranian regime ever shown mercy to anybody? They did that because they're in fear that President Trump is going to live up to exactly what he said. So that's deterrence in action. And the second thing is, when the protests first started, the regime did something very different than they did in 2009 or just a couple of years ago. They tried to buy off the protesters by offering them a very insulting $7 a month to leave the streets. Again, when has the regime ever shown that type of leniency to protesters? And I think that's directly attributable to the credibility President Trump has with the regime, that he's not going to go and give them pallets of cash for a promise to denuclearize. He's going to actually potentially do something with American power to change their calculus.
Alex, you're also an expert on weapons of mass destruction. As the Trump administration considers its option, can you tell us what role the Iranian nuclear material and missile stocks play in the decision-making for the Trump administration? What might they perceive as a potential threat or risk in carrying out a strike of sorts on Iranian targets?
Well, I think we know that the Midnight Hammer operation with the Israelis definitely degraded their capabilities, but those capabilities, they have for 35 years been making a concerted effort to keep both the missile program and the nuclear program continuously moving forward. There's no reason to think that they're going to stop that. And further, there's no reason to think that failed negotiations that had been done under presidents going back to Bill Clinton would have any impact on their behavior without the threat of credible use of force, which the president established in Midnight Hammer. So I think where we are, the president took off, he took negotiations off the table, and he was smart to do that, because the Iranian regime, again, they always think that they can use the nuclear program to hoodwink the Americans into making concessions or looking the other way when they repress protesters. The president's made very clear, we're not talking about nuclear denuclearization. We're not talking about concessions. We are focused on using our actual credibility and our deterrence, our use of force, the potential to use force, to keep the regime from doing things that destabilize the region and oppress their own people.
Alex, but at the same time, we've been hearing reporting that President Trump heard from his current NSC and Pentagon officials about potential Iranian targets. And so I'm curious, from your perspective as a WMD expert, do you think that there are potential risks that the administration is considering might unfold if they were to take some sort of strikes or actions against Iranian sites?
Well, there always are risks when you're targeting potential WMD sites, and those are factored in. And I think, particularly working with the Israelis have shown that they have penetrated the Iranian regime from an intelligence perspective to an extraordinary extent. And I think between some of the very exquisite capabilities we have on the intelligence side and what the Israelis have done on the human intelligence side, which is extraordinary, I think we have a very good understanding of where the current state of the program is. And when you combine that real-time intelligence with some of the extraordinarily precise military capabilities we have, I think there are certainly ways to continue to degrade the program, if necessary, that we can bring to bear on the intelligence and on the kinetic side. The question really for me, Ellie, is just how much deterrence can we bring to bear to prevent a potential need for that type of strike? And I think right now, the president's doing a very good job of being able to change the regime's calculus just by the threat of force. And we're going to have to watch it evolve. But I think the fact that they know he's willing to use force is right now our greatest weapon.
And the media is also reporting that America's Gulf allies, Qatar, Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have made the case against U.S. intervention. How impactful do you believe that is?
Well, some of our Gulf allies, obviously, they're in a difficult geopolitical position. Some of them have the Iranians actively trying to destabilize the Shiite populations in their own countries. Some of these places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they live under the threat of Iranian influence every single day and Iranian proxy terror every single day. So they have vested interests and understandable interests in many cases in wanting the United States to take a particular line with Iran. And that's not necessarily the American interest. The American interest here is preventing the regime from suppressing its own people again, the way they did in 2009, and regenerating the nuclear program, the missile program, and regenerating the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas that are targeting both American interests, Israeli interests, but also, as I said, our Gulf Arab allies' interests.
Would it not be the case also that a Middle East freed of an Iranian government accused of being a destabilizing influence would make Israel safer and promote President Trump's vision of a wealthy, peaceful, and integrated region, which he laid out last year in Saudi Arabia?
There's no question that the Iranian regime, as it's currently constituted, the Ayatollah theocracy, is the most destabilizing, the most dangerous, it is the poison that has infected the Middle East since 1979. And so much of the death and destruction that's occurred in the Middle East, whether you think about who was it that was funding the explosively formed penetrators in Iraq that were killing American soldiers and maiming American soldiers. It was Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Of course, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. So you think about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen. You go down the list of horrible terrorist proxies in the region. You can trace all of them back to the Iranians. And so that regime has been spreading terror, spreading malign influence for 40 years. No one's going to shed a tear if that regime goes away. I think what we have to be thinking about is what's the balance between the need for the United States to keep stability, current temporary short-term stability, with what if we were to push the regime over the top, have a change in government there, and then of course there's always the uncertainty of what do you get after regime change, and the president's going to have to balance long-term uncertainty versus short-term uncertainty.
Within Iran, we've been hearing chanting for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was ousted in 1979 Islamic Revolution. Do you think that Reza Pahlavi could help lead transition in Iran?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When I was in government, there was always a great deal of question about whether he had the legitimacy to even serve as a transitional figure in Iran after the Ayatollahs. He's shown himself over the last couple of weeks to have more legitimacy and more popular support than maybe a lot of American analysts thought. I think the key here is that, as he has said himself, he is at most, a transitional figure to a longer-term Iranian post-Ayatollah regime. And so I think figuring out, they're definitely, based on his ability to mobilize popular support in the last week, there's definitely, I think, a role for him. The question is, what is that role? How long-term is it? And again, like with Venezuela, what does a transitional period look like to a more popular, elected, democratic form of government over the long term look like?
You mentioned Venezuela. The Trump administration has said it plans to control Venezuela's oil resources indefinitely as it seeks to rebuild the country's dilapidated oil industry. What reaction can we expect of allies of Venezuela like Russia and China, which is dependent on that oil?
Well, this is all part of the president's broader strategy that he laid out in his national security strategy, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that outside powers like Russia, China, Iran will no longer be permitted to operate in our hemisphere. And so I think to your question, absolutely, the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese are petrified that the president is following through on what the commitment he made in that document, that they're no longer going to be able to exert proxies and spheres of influence in our hemisphere. The Cuban regime has been propped up by the Russians, the Iranians. There's a Chinese listening post 90 miles from Key West on Cuba and Cuban shores. Nicaragua, the Ortega regime that's been a thorn in our side for 45 years. It's propped up by the Russians and the Chinese. We know Caracas was crawling with Hezbollah operatives. I mean, we are finally getting to something that I think people like you and I have watched for a long time, which is that these dictatorships in our hemisphere have been proxies of our global adversaries. And the president is finally saying enough is enough. Rather than us focusing on these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's get our house in order in our hemisphere first. And then once we've done that, we can look more expansively. But that has to come first.
And Alex, given what a threat that that new Trump approach, the Monroe Doctrine, as you refer to it, presents to U.S. adversary China, do you think that there can be some sort of a potential response from the Chinese, perhaps asymmetrical warfare?
Well, it's a real concern. And we saw the week before the Venezuela operation, the Chinese were publicly broadcasting that they were conducting combat simulations of warfare in our hemisphere, in the Gulf of America. This is something they think about. Look, they're buying, as you know well, they're buying farmland all over the United States, not just next to key military installations, but they're buying farmland with the purpose of controlling American agricultural production of key crops in specific geographies. You don't do that if you're not planning asymmetric activity, if you're not planning to do something on the homeland. I have no doubt that they are looking at their options. I tend to think, the Chinese have always viewed our homeland. They've literally said this in their strategy documents. They view our homeland as the soft underbelly of the United States. And they do not view themselves. There was a book called Unrestricted Warfare from the late 90s, where the Chinese military said publicly, you can buy this on Amazon. They said publicly, we look at the United States homeland as a potential target in the event of a war over Taiwan. So the Chinese are thinking very expansively about this sort of thing. I think what's more likely to happen is they're going to take the president's decisive action in the hemisphere as a clear signal that the president's not going to tolerate meddling in the Western hemisphere any longer. And they're going to go project their tendency for malign influence closer to their shores. But as I said, they're going to keep every option open in the event of an actual conflict to try and bring pressure to bear on Americans where we live.
And turning to Americans and where Americans live right here in the United States, I'd like to discuss the ICE activity in Minnesota amidst an ongoing Somali fraud scandal there. The Trump administration's version of the shooting has been rejected by the Democrat Party state and local officials who say a bystander video showed Ms. Good steering away from the officer. What do you think the safety implications for ICE and Border Control is as they're trying to carry out their work?
Well, it's a very real threat. And I think what we're seeing that really concerns me is you're starting to see Democratic politicians in places like Minnesota. So think Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, using rhetoric that is truly insurrectionary. I mean, they're using rhetoric that is almost justifying violence against federal immigration officers, federal law enforcement in general. It's really shocking that you have elected public officials in the United States at the state or local level who are setting up this contrast between the citizenry and federal law enforcement officers conducting lawful operations. That is really that's something we haven't seen in a very long time in this country. And so I think you really have to start, either these politicians are going to step back and they're going to recalibrate their language, or we need to start holding them accountable for things like this shooting, because they directly, through painting ICE as a predatory, illegitimate force, they are contributing directly to a climate that is promoting violence. And that's just unacceptable.
The officers deployed to Minneapolis are being ordered not just to focus on finding immigration law breaches, but also on tackling people protesting against ICE. Do you think ICE has enough resources to manage what seems to be an escalating situation? And how do you see all of this ending?
I think ultimately, I think it's unfortunate, but I do think that the president at some point may have to consider using the Insurrection Act and bringing in additional federal resources, because look, I think ICE and DHS could handle this if you did not have local Democratic officials and state Democratic officials openly encouraging the illegal defiance of the federal government. The problem is Tim Walz has actually said he would use the National Guard of the state of Minnesota to help oppose federal immigration enforcement. That is an insurrectionary statement. And so if we continue to have this type of destabilizing and just extra constitutional behavior by elected officials, the president may have no choice but to put federal resources, to include federal military resources in. And I think that's very unfortunate. That's something that no American should want. But if it's a question of keeping the legitimacy of federal law enforcement operations and protecting our ICE agents versus doing that, I would have to err on the side of invoking the Insurrection Act if that's what it takes.
And Alex, for our last segment, I'd love to turn our attention to Greenland. Do you think that President Trump is putting U.S. relations with Europe at stake with the Trump policy towards what seems to be wanting to perhaps have some sort of territorial takeover of Greenland?
Look, I don't think that there's any issue here with Europe. I think Europe is creating an issue out of nothing. This is something that American presidents going back to the 1860s have all said, which is that Greenland's essential to America's national security. The president has a number of options. There's a short-term option here, which is to make sure that under our existing arrangement with Denmark, we put more U.S. military assets in Greenland. I hope we do that. We should do that. There are Chinese submarines that are going up and down the coast of Greenland on a regular basis. That's a direct threat to U.S. national security. Longer term, Greenland should be part of the United States. They're going to get independence from Denmark. They've been on that path for 50 years. The question is, when they're independent, who greets them on the other end? Is it Beijing and Moscow, or is it Washington? And so what I think the president is simply saying here, set aside the rhetoric, set aside the European posturing. What the president's simply saying here is, we cannot, from a national security perspective, allow a Greenland that falls under the influence of our adversaries. Now, does that mean they become a territory like Guam or American Samoa? I think that would be the best solution. If that's not the case, then we have to have a very clear relationship with an independent Greenland that gives the U.S. extraordinary access to their airspace, to their land, to their territory. So this is not a President Trump idea. He's pushed this farther than any American president in recent years. But presidents from FDR to Harry Truman to Dwight Eisenhower have all had similar inclinations on Greenland. This is very deeply rooted in American strategy.
And just so our audience understands, beyond what you just explained, what about, we're hearing about natural resources in Greenland that the United States might be interested in. Could you break that down for us a bit?
Well, there is potential there. We know that there are considerable mineral resources in Greenland and potentially energy resources as well. One of the problems is that Denmark has not done anything to develop those resources, to the point that there really hasn't been a geological survey done, the type of survey that American companies do regularly before mining activities. That's never been done in Greenland. We really are guesstimating just the extent of those resources. One of the things that America can offer our Greenlandic friends is if we come into Greenland, we can actually develop those resources in a way that benefit the people of Greenland, something that Denmark has not done in the hundreds of years that they have had control of that island.
All right, Alex, great. Thanks so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. Such a pleasure to talk to you together as well. It's just a bit of an indication of, you know, that the newer generations have a different agenda in the third Avatar. So what can we say without divulging too much?
You know what's amazing? Avatar Fire and Ash is really taking us to the next step of what Pandora can be and what Jim envisions for the Avatar franchise. All these new characters were introduced in Avatar The Way of Water, and now the next generation is coming in and we're seeing them really come into their own, and all these new subplots. Like, for example, for Sareya, she was calm and gentle and very welcoming, and that spirit is still there, but now with all of this war and destruction, she's learning defiance.
I was just gonna say, I feel like the first film felt like audiences were discovering Pandora for the first time. And Way of Water was like we're discovering new areas of Pandora. For Fire and Ash, it's like now you're seeing Pandora's imperfections, right? So you're seeing like this world so fleshed out, cultures and landscapes that aren't just glowing, beautiful bioluminescence, but like, you know, lava and ash, and it's like, yeah, it's cool.
Right. And you asked about the young ones. I feel like all of these young characters, they have their own arc to overcome, but in that there's always an intertwined just element of standing up for what you believe in and what you have to defy within that.
This world goes much deeper than you imagine.
We emerge from, water to fire in this one. How much does it change the acting exercise? Because it's so connected, the motion capture with what's going on around. So there was a lot of water in the last one. In this one, there's a bit more.
There's a lot more action. There's a lot more on the run, in the thick of it stuff.
And I think it starts with Jim. Because we filmed them simultaneously, he really had to lead us through each emotion because both films are so massive and emotionally dense that we were very grateful and lucky to have a leader that really took the time with us to understand emotion down to the voice that he had. If it's a really action-packed scene, he'll be loud and engaged with us, and if it's something more subtle and emotional, he'll whisper. He'll literally go down and whisper and say, "This is what you need," and hunch over with you. Yeah. It really allowed us to step into our characters, and it allowed us to be free.
Right.
What does Dad always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
His mind is great. I mean, he's got everything in his head.
That mind.
How does he translate the vision to you, especially the way it's filmed, with motion capture and your imagination having to work a lot? How does he explain it in a way?
Sometimes he explains it with such depth that it feels like you get to temporarily take a stroll on his mind. He also has his director's monitor and just a big monitor, which looks like a TV, which we can see. Just the visual world already that's being mapped out, and he can take us around the stage, and we can see on this monitor as we go around just what this visual world looks like.
How do you still live?
What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Sam and Steven told me something interesting, that although this is like a ginormous blockbuster, it feels a bit like an indie movie because everybody is so close, spends so much time together, in a family. Is it a bit more intimate when you're on set? How's the vibe?
I feel like with indie movies that have a lower budget, there's so much creative collaboration and just time spent with each other. There's the middle ground of this is going to be an 8-week shoot, studio movie where maybe you just don't have as much time. But then this we had so much resources and time that we could just bond as if it was like an indie movie. I'm just thankful for that because I think that really, the years, it built our relationships that made us all feel like a family, I feel like.
Definitely. The set, and especially just the people I was with, started to feel like a home away from home. And especially because we spent so much time together.
I'll kill you! I swear!
That sounds like a fun weekend, but that's not what you really want.
What do I want?
What you've never had.
They've got this complicated relationship that kind of fueled the juice for now 3 movies. So did it feel like it from the beginning that Sully and Quaritch were going to be their own yin-yangs throughout that story arc?
I don't think I was aware of it at all. When we started out, it seemed to be a fairly straightforward relationship, based on military structure. A colonel and a corporal, so you knew who was in charge and who wasn't. And that kind of worked out for about a minute and a half.
Exactly.
Before he went off the farm, to his character.
Before his feelings kicked off.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Yeah. Feelings.
How much do you enjoy it, when you receive the script, when you see that actually just when you think, the story could end, actually there's so much more to tell.
Well, it was more like a phone call. I remember after the first one, there was no talk of doing any more. And then I got a phone call from Jim, and he explained in this very extremely detailed phone call how he saw the saga going. Like, it was incredible. And he had it all in his head. And I said, have you written it down? He goes, not yet. He goes, it will get down. And then when we read it, yeah, it's exciting because they're like a novel, and 2 and 3 are essentially, they were one movie. Yes. And I think that's why the third one is bigger, but it's very familiar because it's the same DNA. It picks up straight away. That's the whole point of it. It's Jim's got this idea of evolving this world and evolving these characters, and it just keeps getting bigger and more complex.
Swim! I got you too. Okay. What does that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully's never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
When you work with him, is it crazy to see that everything, as you said, Sam, is in his mind, that he has such a clear vision, before it even comes out on any paper or drawing, let alone screen?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Jim. He's very detailed and very precise, but the greatest thing about him is that he opens himself up to every single artist. There's a lot of people who participate in these movies, and Jim is very collaborative. Now, he'll claim the idea is all his, but deep down, he knows that's what his role as a great director is to bring people in to make this dream come out,
For you, Stephen? The work with, working with Jim, this creative collaboration?
Yeah, I enjoy working with Jim a lot. It's a very multi kind of feeling situation you have. I mean, as Sam says, he's completely collaborative. He's very, very supportive. The set can be, it's a place where we investigate, we explore, where time is really not an issue, which of course completely flies in the face of traditional filmmaking. It's been a wonderful collaboration for the last 18 years. I've never had a day where I didn't look forward to going to work, I think.
The surprising thing is, it's almost, and it felt like this on the first film, it feels like an indie film.
To him, definitely.
Yeah, I think even when you're making it, I think that surprises a lot of people. I've done big blockbusters in the past, and I stopped doing them because they were controlled by committees. And this always felt like stuff I was doing in Australia when I first started. It's very small, very family orientated. Everybody knows each other, and you're all digging in together, and all the departments are together to make the story happen. And I think when people come and visit, that's the biggest shock. They go, it's just like an indie. Like, this is crazy. Yeah.
There's not one thing that you see us do that is animated. It is all us. It is all true. Wherever we go, this family is our fortress.
Especially with the motion capture, how much do you feel like it teaches you, even as actors, with all the experience you have, that it's kind of a new way to act, plus a new stretch in the exercise?
It's a liberating way. It's like I find that a very open space. I find that, other films, I'm learning how to act and learning my way and trying to discover what this craft is. And when I get back to Avatar, hopefully all that comes with me. In that way, as an actor, it's a joy to be in.
It is, but freedom, of course, freedom carries its own set of demands. It seems
to me. Such the kernel.
And it's true that for me, performance capture absolutely demands that you bring imagination and depth to what you're doing. So yeah, freedom is something that you have to. It carries its own set of disciplines and rigors and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And imagination is the essence of acting.
Imagination and observation are the essence of acting.
Thank you so much to both of you. Great to see you.
You too.
Nice to see you.
I'll kill you! I swear!
Only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, burnt our forest. My people cried for help. But Eva did not come.
It's great to talk to you about this. First of all, tell us about how you perceived Varang from the first time she was offered to you. How did you see her as a person?
At the time, I really identified with her rage. I had been volunteering at a refugee camp in Calais, and I had a lot of anguish and a lot of anger about the state of the world and the injustices of the world, with a huge pain, human pain that I was seeing. And so there was something about that aspect that I identified with it, you know, because there was a part of me that wanted to set it all aflame. But then through her, I learned about leadership and conviction in a way that has helped me and move beyond the rage and the pain. So I'm very grateful to her as well.
How do you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Whoa.
I think movies echo our emotions so much, even if this is like a blockbuster, you know, kind of imaginary world. I think it's very rooted into human essence, don't you feel?
Yeah, and that's the genius of James Cameron. That's what sets him apart from all other directors, actually, in my opinion, is that he not only has this great understanding of the technological and is a complete innovator and a genius in those realms, but he also has a passion and a great understanding of biological marine life and the actor's process and the heart of storytelling. The big questions that come from this movie are not intellectual. They're not coming from here. That's why we feel them. That's his genius. It's a remarkable thing.
If there's something you can do, then you must do it.
The other actors told me that he changes his tone of voice according to the dramatic essence of the scene. Is it true? Like sometimes he whispers, sometimes it's higher, he kind of feels it with you.
Oh no, he's in the scene with you. I mean, and he's like rolling around on the floor and going, oh yeah, and then this, and like trying out he's so engaged, you know, and that's what a part of what allows us to play as freely as we do, is that he is completely there with us, you know, and we're all having a lot of fun even when we're diving into places that are very deep and dark, you know, and he's so engaged. He's completely present.
The children! No, Spider! And we will find another way.
Is it both emotionally and physically engaging, and how does that change the acting exercise to be so 360?
I think the physical training and the physical demands of this film were really great tools to provide a lot of structure and discipline so that there was a really strong foundation to explore the fullness of the emotional reality. It's like with anything. I mean, acting is that. It's like, how do you embody somebody else's reality? That's what we do as actors. We tell stories by embodying other people. Sometimes when you're doing regular forms of cinema, you kind of feel like the embodiment is here, you know, and that's a lot of fun. But then to have the embodiment be, you know, all of it, that's, you know, it's very special.
I think we need to keep enjoying the creativeness of cinema on the big screen. And for me, you know, especially a movie like this, you're an actress in it, but I'm sure being an audience member is a thrilling experience.
Oh, it's so thrilling. I don't go to big movies a lot, you know. I go to big ones, little ones, you know, watch it on the different types of screens that we have. But a movie like this is really special because it's not just a blockbuster. It's a movie that's important for our human story, and I really believe that. And it sounds like odd to say, but I really sincerely believe that Avatar Fire and Ash is asking us, reflecting to us really fundamental human questions that are really important for us to ask right now. And the fact that it's also a really fun and thrilling ride is just, I mean, come on. You'd be crazy not to go.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you at the same time for this, because I feel like Avatar is about how everything is connected. You know, nature, people, families. Tell us a little bit about this theme and how it's always been inherent to the series for you.
It's beautiful. At first, I remember, you know, I was 27 when I booked the first movie. And there were moments in which, you know, you're finding yourself in that time where you're fearless, you're just going for everything, you're throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks, and all of a sudden, Avatar sticks, James Cameron sticks, and you have to like grow up really, really fast, and out of fear of somebody discovering that you don't really belong there. And then you're chosen to play this role that represents this humble and openly transparent individual that is connected to all things that are, in theory, super simple and absolutely essential. You know, dehumanizing myself meant removing that sense of cynicism and feeling ridiculous by playing someone so innocent and so pure, to later yearning and missing her when she was no longer in my skin. So I feel incredibly fortunate that we get to be a part of a story that connects with people from all ages, from like children to their grandparents. They can all go together and travel to Pandora through Avatar, and that's really beautiful.
And from all over the world.
All over the world.
They're coming. Kiri, come on. This way. Go, go!
How did you feel you could portray Varang in the sense of all the backstories that she carries in her emotions?
It was very much at the forefront of my mind to understand her pain and the way that she deals with her pain. And I, as Una, have not experienced anything like what she has experienced, you know, but I could relate, and the imagination is a powerful thing. And I think we often undervalue it. And so in my musings, I went to some really dark places, trying to understand the depth of destruction that she has witnessed in her life. I try to keep it present because I wanted to honor her journey, you know?
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
It is the essence of acting to make your imagination work. I mean, I'm sure it starts when you're kids and you have the imaginary friends. So how much does it feed it in this one? Because, you know, it is very difficult in motion capture to, you know, put in the imagination, put in the emotion. It's a 360 way of working.
Well, it's difficult in acting, period.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why actors go to school, to obtain skills and tools so that they can really protect their imagination. The loss of innocence means that there's an awareness. Therefore, that there's shame, there's embarrassment, there's doubt, there's thinking instead of just feeling, right? Like, a performance capture makes it absolutely permissible for you to be that 9-year-old again.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
If we had to describe the mind of Jim Cameron in a few words, what would it be? Talking about imagination and vision.
Curious.
So curious, yeah.
He's a curious child.
Caring.
He's curious about how people work, how things work, how stories can work for people, how messages can be translated through stories, how, you know, messages, strong, essential messages can be translated through fantastic stories. And he's figured it out. And still to this day, at his age, he is still asking questions and going out and recruiting people to help him find those answers. That, to me, is the most special thing that I love about Jim.
Yeah, and also being content with asking important questions, even if it means they don't have answers, but going out there to find them anyway. But also going, okay, that one, we haven't answered it yet. But he's still going, you know, it's a beautiful humility as well.
Yeah.
I'll kill you! I swear!
I love the way we film these movies. I love making these movies with Jim. I think it's an ultimate gift because he's a true visionary. And so the first day of shooting is always my favorite.
In a way, he takes us to another world when we work with him on this material. It becomes so overwhelming for us for about 2 years. I think for Jack it was 4 years because he was growing. And it's just such a luxury to work this way. You don't have all the encumbrances of regular filmmaking.
The heart of these projects was truly made from the heart of Jim and the heart of the people who are involved in it.
He is a visionary, he is so imaginative, and he knows how to break barriers. If there is a door closed, he will find a window, and he just hustles so hard. And I'm so grateful to have been able to work with someone so brave in their collaboration.
We have a great time together. We have a lot of fun together, serious fun. He makes me a better actor. And that's great because acting is what my life is all about. And yeah, I think his spirit of exploration, of inquiry, his curiosity is just sort of unlimited.
They're fantastic. You know, Sam and Zoe take it all to a whole new level. If you love those characters, it's going to be quite heartbreaking. If you love the new generation, the kids, Locke and Tuktire and Kiri, you know, Sigourney Weaver's character, they all have much more to do dramatically in this film.
Excited for fans to just experience this film. I feel like it's been a long time coming and they're all so excited and I'm so excited with them. They're gonna just have a very fun time watching it on the big screen and it's an experience. This film is really an experience and it's an emotional one but also a fun one and an action-packed one.
Today for me it means a lot because I'm in Paris and I get to watch this film with my mom and my dad.
How to deal with grief and how to deal with, you know, chosen family and non-chosen family and how that all ties together really beautifully.
La Scène Musicale is not a theater, it's not a cinema. We had to make it into a cinema for this event.
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you, and I feel that there's something special and rather sacred when a relationship between an actor and a director is that enduring and creative. Do you agree?
Yes. I mean, I feel so fortunate. I often love to work with the same people again, but this is getting ridiculous. It's
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. And to be entrusted with this very important character for this story at my age is such a miracle. And I realize now that it's true. I needed to go back to this time because I was kind of a mess at 14, 15. And it's really given me a chance go back into that age and experience it again. And it's kind of been, healing and very, very, very interesting. And Carrie feels very protected in this space. I think all of us do as actors. And it's a wonderful, pure experience of acting because there's no encumbrances of film, no waiting around for the clouds or the sun or whatever. And all of those things happen after we do our best work.
You cannot live like this, baby. In hate.
And it feels it goes back to the essence of acting, which is making your imagination work and your talent in symbiosis, basically. Don't you agree? The experience itself, even with all your experience, must teach you.
It really does. I mean, I think you really, in a very fast way, get used to, on a bare stage, pretty much, feeling that this is the world. And it's a very powerful way of working, and Jim is literally right there with us and exploring everything with us. So it's wonderful. I think we're a little spoiled by it,
They're coming. Curie, come on, this way. Go!
The movie is about so many things, the connection with nature, the connection of families, the connection of generations. What is it mostly about for you? The deep messaging of it.
Well, there certainly are themes that Jim does not shy away from, which seem particularly resonant right now in our world where there is war and there are so many refugees who don't have a home, and so many issues with the climate being at risk, and corporations indeed being greedy and killing beautiful whales. So, I mean, I think I love it for all those reasons, that we're not just an experience, a 3D e-ride. We are that, of course, and it's wonderful, but it's also I would call it a 5-course meal. It's really an incredibly satisfying, moving experience. I'm going to see it for the 3rd time tonight because I think it's my last chance to see it in a theater for a while. And I just want to see it again because it's so hard to believe what the film has become from our work. It's just, I'm so proud of it.
Thank you so much.
There's something you're hiding. Tell me the truth. Tell her it is time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff?
investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.